to you by Mazda. Driving matters. Chase Utley and the Dodgers ready to begin a 4-game series with the Pittsburgh Pirates on a gorgeous night. A little bit muggy, but a beautiful night and a beautiful view of Pittsburgh from here at PNC Park. Joe Davis, Nomar Garciaparra, Alana Rizzo. Fourth time these teams have met this season. The Dodgers sweeping the Pirates back in Los Angeles in May. Per usual, they're loose down there in the Dodger dugout following the series in Detroit, where they take 2 of 3, winning the first 2, then falling yesterday by a final of 6-1. Curtis Granderson in his 3rd game with the team. Scored the first run in each of his first 2. Reached on an error on Saturday, came in to score, then hit the solo home run against Justin Verlander, but that was it as far as the Dodgers offense against Verlander yesterday, who looked like a guy that somebody that wants to perform in October should go out and grab.
Well, I was just wondering how many phones were ringing after that start from Verlander yesterday, and the Dodgers really just tipped their hat to Verlander. He pitched a tremendous game, and they do so well, turn the page.
Another tough one today, and Garrett Cole. His numbers might not say so, but the stuff remains elite for this guy.
Yeah, when you one number that really stands out over the course of this season, that he's given up 26 home runs. 15 of those 26 have come off his fastball, so it's really about that fastball command. When you talk about elite, you talk to some of the people with the Dodgers, they said the stuff is very similar to Verlander in a sense where he's got a good fastball that averages mid-90s and can get up to the upper 90s. He's got a good sharp breaking ball, good changeup. But the key for him is that command. You know, he has just a 3.3 ERA since the All-Star break, but it's really been kind of an up and down season for Garrett Cole. I look over his last 20 innings pitched. He's given up 10 runs over those last 20 innings pitched.
And a lot of home runs, which, like you said, has been a big part of this story all year. How about this? His first 4 years in the majors, he allowed 36. He's allowed 26 this year alone, including 3 against Milwaukee in his last start. That has been a primary issue for the right-hander, 26 years old, from Southern California. Went to Orange Lutheran High School.
If you're wondering how he is against the Dodgers, in his career, just 5 starts, 3-1 with a 5.2 ERA. But if you want to go back to his last start, it wasn't earlier this year. You have to go back till August of last year. And he went 0-1 with a 10.38 ERA. He gave up 12 hits in that 8-4 loss against the Dodgers.
Here's the lineup that'll face him in this series opener, brought to you by Honda. Chris Taylor, after getting yesterday off, back in there leading it off. Then Corey Seager and Justin Turner. Another day off for Cody Bellinger after rolling that ankle Saturday night. Could come off of the bench, but it's Curtis Granderson to hit cleanup. Grandal catches and bats 5th. Puig is in right, hitting 6th, followed by Gonzalez at 1st and Utley at 2nd. So we are all set. Dodgers have won 21 of their last 25 games, and as you mentioned off of the top, Nomar, 52-10 since early June. Garrett Cole threw his wind, then off we go with a high fly ball to right field. That sends Rodriguez back to the warning track, and 1 pitch, 1 out as Taylor goes right after Cole. So now Corey Seager. Well, the Dodgers have been the hottest team in baseball pretty much all season. The Pirates have gotten hot early in the second half to kind of climb back into the picture in the National League Central race, but have dropped 6 of their last 8 and are again 6.5 back in the division. Here's a 1-0. Ball 2. Seager grounds one into the shift with a shortstop Mercer playing up the middle. 2 up and 2 down. Only 4 Cole pitches.
One thing about Garrett Cole, you're going to know you're going to get pitches that are hard. There was 60% fastballs, and then his off speed, which comes with a changeup, curveball, and a slider, pretty much even as far as percentage that he'll throw those. So he'll mix those up. But when you look at when I was talking about hard, even his changeup averages about 88, 89 miles an hour.
2 outs for Turner. Still leading the NL with that .340 average, taking ball 1. Well, the home run problems for Cole. We've been talking about this before we even went on the air. You can throw hard, but if you're not commanding that fastball, it doesn't really matter. And for good chunks of this season, he hasn't had the fastball command.
And you hear us say all the time, big leaguers, big league hitters, seeing enough will be able to time a bullet. It's not about the velocity, it's about the command.
Turner hits a high drive to left center field. McCutchen's back onto the warning track in front of the wall, and a couple of long flyouts in this first inning, but Cole keeps him in the yard. Alex Wood takes the ball, and you come back to Pittsburgh. There are a lot of people out there taking in the eclipse earlier today. Here come the Pirates. Offense has been one of the biggest issues for this team this year. This is the lineup that'll try and get it done tonight, presented by Honda. Charlie Marte leads it off, then Josh Harrison and Andrew McCutchen, who's been much, much better since the Dodgers last saw him. Friz, Osuna, Rodriguez in the middle, then it's Mercer and Stewart who catches Cole. Alex Wood trails only Clayton Kershaw, wins with 14 this season. Trails only Kershaw and Scherzer with the earned run average, and finally has a chance to qualify for the league leaderboard if you can go 5 1/3 tonight. Charlie Marte looks at strike 1.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, Joe, because I'm sure there's a lot of Dodger fans. They look at maybe the statistics, they see league leaders, and they're like, how is Alex Wood not on there? Wait a minute, he's 14-1. And that's the reason, is he doesn't have enough innings. Let's not forget that he spent time on a stretch on the DL and also started in the bullpen this year.
I said 5 1/3. I think 5 2/3 is what he needs to qualify. Marte drags a bounce at a third. Justin Turner picks it for the first out. Well, the Pirates have seen Alex Wood once already this season, and he shut them down back on May 8th. 5 shutout innings, and out of a possible 15 outs, 11 of them were strikeouts.
I mean, Alex Wood really has done it all. He's been able to get those strikeouts when he needs it, but also we're talking about league leaders. He's among league leaders in inducing ground balls as well. We just saw one right there. So he also has that where guy gets on base and get that double play to help himself out.
Outside on Josh Harrison. some of what makes Alex Wood special, and it really makes him unique. One of the only guys in baseball that has a really high swing and miss rate and a really high ground ball rate, like you're talking about. Usually those are two different pitchers.
Yeah, usually your ground ball rate is a guy who's pitching down in the zone, sinkers, not afraid to pitch to contact, is missing the barrel, but not necessarily worried about missing the bat. And then the swing and miss is that high strikeout guy who usually gets the pitch count up early in the game.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Harrison.
And it's usually the swing and miss guy. We see a lot of that, like that power guy, that power pitcher going out there and, like I said, has a tendency to get pitch count up in the first 5 innings.
Wood home with a 2-2, and Harrison takes it inside. The count is full. A little more like maybe a Yu Darvish.
Although we have a high swing and miss guy in Clayton Kershaw that we see here for the Dodgers.
That's a base hit to left for Josh Harrison. The Pirates have the game's first base run.
One thing about Clayton Kershaw, he gets ahead early and he finishes early too. He doesn't waste any time. As we see that ball, you saw Yasmani set up outside. That ball just got over the middle of the plate. Harrison squares that ball up. We were just talking about that ground ball. There's a time where we've seen it. Okay, guy gets on base, but Alex Wood comes back, gets that ground ball to help himself out.
In order to get it, he'll have to get it off of the bat of the guy that's been the best hitter in the National League over the last 2.5 months. That was not the case with Andrew McCutchen when the Dodgers saw them in early May. McCutchen was hitting .205 towards the end of the month of May, but since then the #1 hitter in the NL at .345. He said it was a feel thing for him. He went back and watched video of some of his best seasons, that MVP season in 2011 or 2013. Found a couple little things mechanically. Really, it just came down to, he said, what he was feeling before the swing. Kind of had an aha moment where there was just something in his body that he felt where he was ready to hit, and everything clicked for him.
Well, I always say this game is a lot about feel.
Harrison at first with 1 out. And Wood to the plate with an 0-1 that McCutchen takes for ball 1.
And the reason I say that so many times, you know, in this game you can do everything right. You can square the ball up, hit a line drive, and still be an out. But you're trying, but you at least you want to say, how did I feel at the plate? How did I feel hitting that ball? And you're trying to keep that as consistent and as long as possible.
One and two.
And then oftentimes when you go into slumps, what you're working on is to get that feel back. So we talked about stepping into the box. Say what's the most important thing when you step in the batter's box is to have confidence. Well, what's confidence? It's feeling how you feel.
Coming inside with a 1-2. That's foul. It's just, you know, it's funny that a guy, when you hear about a guy struggling, you hear about them working on their swing, trying to tweak their swing. But for him, it all came before the swing even started. Another 1-2. Reaches out, flips it into right center field for Yasiel Puig in the second out. David Freese comes up out of the cleanup spot tonight for Pittsburgh. A cleanup batter with 9 home runs is kind of a snapshot of how this offense has been this year. Only San Francisco has hit fewer home runs than the Pirates. Runner at first with 2 out. Wood delivers and Freese takes ball 1.
And this is a team that has scored 6 runs though in each of their last 5 games. When you actually look at the record over the course of those 5 games, they're just 2-3.
Yeah, this stretch definitely the outlier in that regard. A really disappointing season for a team that a lot of people thought would contend right from the start with the Cubs in the Central. There have been reasons why it hasn't happened. Jung Ho Gung still has not made it to the United States with the off the field issues with the law. Still in Korea. Starting Marte, who turned into one of the best outfielders in the game, had the 80-game suspension. Even if they were to make the postseason, he wouldn't be eligible to play. And then you had 2 months of Andrew McCutchen, nowhere close to what he normally is. Anthony's 1-1. One and two.
2 really good pitches by Alex Wood. Pitch before that, I mean, just on the corner, low, down. If he can stay right there and command that, then he comes in and down. It's going to be very effective tonight if he can stay there.
Going away with a 1-2, and it misses low. He sure was effective the other night in his last outing against the White Sox. Now, he gave up a home run on the first pitch of the game, and it was looking like, uh-oh, but out of going 7 innings, nothing else. I want to talk about efficient. 79 pitches over those 7. Home with a 2-2, and Freese grounds it softly to short. Seager's got it. High throw pulls Gonzalez off of the bag, but he tags him on the way by. We've played one in Pittsburgh. No score in the opener between the Dodgers and the Pirates.
Second inning, really good news for Dodgers ace Clayton Kershaw, who threw a simulated game today here at PNC Park earlier today. Clayton Kershaw went 4 innings in that simulated game, continued to work on that up and down and continuing to build up that endurance. After the sim game, he said he absolutely felt great, said, you know what, I could pitch in the big leagues tomorrow. He said he was healthy at least about 10 days ago, if not longer. Of course, that is not necessarily the team's approach. The team is going to have him pitch in a rehab assignment on Saturday with the Oklahoma City Dodgers. Probably about 5 innings, perhaps 60 pitches, and then he should be good to go after that.
All right, Alana, Curtis Granderson leading off this inning and taking strike 1 from Garrett Cole. I heard Clayton knew he was ready to pitch in a big league game when he got Turner Ward to ground out softly to second during the sim game. 1-1.
And also, I think that made him go an extra inning in that sim game. He's like, is Turner Ward going to come up again?
Yeah.
Because then I'm going to pitch a 4th, and he did. He thought he was just going to throw 3 innings today. Went 4. So yeah, I think it was that matchup against Turner Ward where I'm sure Turner Ward's going to need some ice later on today.
It was awesome. It was awesome to watch. Turner said his back is sore though. Granderson takes strike 3 for the first out of the second, and we check in again with Alana.
After that 3rd inning in the simulated game, Clayton Kershaw yelled jokingly and lovingly at Turner Ward. He said, if you're just going to stand there, get out.
And so he swung and he put it in play.
And he won a bet because of it. He was actually able to put it in play. He kept it fair. I think he won $100.
Judging by Chase Utley's reaction, slamming his bat to the ground, I think you're right. Pay up, Chase. Now Smonty Grandal looks at a strike.
So that was the bet. He said, I go, did you just put 1? He says, no, I put 2. I ended up putting 2 in play. And I said, so was it 100 per in play? He's like, no, just needed 1. Okay.
And Kershaw, when he was shouting at him like Alana was mentioning, he said, act like a real hitter. Swing at it if you're going to be in there. And Turner said, I was sitting curve on the first pitch. Grandal yanks one down the right field line. It's a fair ball, and it bangs off the wall. On his way to second with a double. Boy, Yasmani Grandal during batting practice today had as sharp looking of a round as you're ever going to find.
You and I were talking about, we were standing behind the cage as he was taking batting practice, and he was just hitting line drives everywhere. It was left field, center field, right field, just like this one, staying on the ball. The bat staying nice through the zone. And looked at you, I said, look, he's going to hit well today, because he was balanced, he wasn't off balance, he was squaring everything up.
Yasiel Puig was in that same batting practice group and showed some of the same things. Has hit well against Garrett Cole in his career. Facing him here with a 1-0 and cutting and missing for strike 1. 5 for 9 against Cole with a pair of doubles.
Talking about Yasiel and also talking about Turner Ward, just the relationship that they have just developed, especially over the last couple of years, but really this year, it's just really seemed to just click for Yasiel.
2-1, and he took great pleasure in the sim game. Puig did.
To watch Turner Ward.
Yeah. He was filming it. I actually think he was streaming it live, and started cackling when Turner grounded out. Getting fastball, 2-2.
Turner Ward's like, do as I say, don't do as I do, yeah. Right?
Cody Bellinger, another day off of that ankle, but available to pinch hit, Dave Roberts said. Puig takes it low, and the count goes full. That's a walk. Again, the batting average over the last couple of weeks for Puig has not been very good, but the on-base percentage continues to be impressive as he continues to draw walks at one of the highest rates we've ever seen from him.
And Turner Ward also talked about that, just his understanding this year and and then some of just the conversations they've had just that have been this year that are so different than in the years past about hitting, the approach, what to look for, how they're pitching.
2 on for Gonzalez, who goes after the first pitch and rifles a base hit into center. Station to station they go, and they're loaded up here in the second. Gonzalez now finds himself on 1,999 career hits.
He had a runner in scoring position in Yasmani Grandal. Not the fastest guy on the team, but even if they had the fastest guy on the team at second base, he hit that so hard, I don't know if anybody would have scored on that ball.
So good opportunity for the Dodgers here in the second, and Chase Utley hitting 8th today stands in. With the pitcher on deck, Utley trying to come through. Takes ball 1 at 99 from Cole. The 1-0. Strike 1. Loaded in the second. Cole's 1-1, and Utley looks at a breaking ball that wraps around the corner, and it's 2-1.
Check out the Audi pitchcast, just how close that ball was. Pitchcast has it that it might have caught the corner there.
Slash foul, 2-2. Grandal at third. He doubled with 1 out. Puig at second. He walked. Gonzalez at first after his single.
If you're an 8th hitter or consistently hitting 8th in the National League, these are the situations you look forward to. Bases loaded, at least 1 or less than 2 outs, because they know they're not pitching around you with the pitcher behind you. So you're like, all right, good. This is, you know, a lot of the times you come up and you're thinking, all right, just kind of keyhole the pitches because they might try to pitch around me. The pitcher's hitting behind me. It's all right. Well, this situation, you're like, great, they got to come at me.
Look at what Yasiel Puig was able to do in the 8th spot for much of the year. Doesn't deserve all of the credit, but hitting there does deserve some. Here comes another 2-2. And Utley fouls it off. Utley was in that sim game today too. Second time in a row he's faced Kershaw in a sim game. Joked around the first time that if the kid keeps working at it, he's got a shot. Well, the base is loaded in the second. Chase Utley swings away and fouls another. Continues to protect as Cole sticks with that fastball in the high 90s. Chris Stewart will go out to talk with Cole and try and solve this puzzle.
It's one of those things too, as a hitter, you're thinking, does he really want to try to get you to bury one of those breaking balls, those curve balls or those sliders, to get you to chase in the dirt when there's a guy at third base 90 feet away with a possible wild pitch? So going, okay, I can kind of look up in the zone.
On the 8th pitch, he throws a breaking ball and gets it.
That wasn't a breaking ball down in the dirt. That wasn't buried. That was up in the zone. And Chase looked like he was on it as far as seeing it. He just was, his timing of it. He was out in front. It was just a really good curveball by Garrett Cole.
So now it's up to Alex Wood. And he shoots one to second. Josh Harrison lunges to get it, and the Dodgers leave the bases loaded in the second. Our Land Rover Performance Spotlight looks back at what Alex Wood did to the Pirates in early May. Those 11 Ks over 5 innings, and you mentioned it during our pregame show tonight, but that was one of those starts early on where you're thinking, wow, like maybe this is the new Alex Wood, and the Dodgers have found themselves kind of out of the middle of nowhere, a legit #2 behind Kershaw.
And you were thinking, okay, can he keep this up? Or like, all right, is it just one of those, like you knew it's in there? This is what the Dodgers saw way back when they traded for him when he was over there in Atlanta. And there it is. It hasn't stopped since then.
5, 6, and 7 for the Pirates in this inning. Jose Osuna to lead it off. When you say a legit #2 behind Kershaw, you would sign Rich Hill hoping he would be that, but at that point he was still dealing with the blister problems, hadn't quite ramped up yet. And Wood stepped into that void. There was a while where Brandon McCarthy was filling that void too with the start that he got off to. McCarthy, by the way, still working his way back. Sounds like he's progressing. Wood pitches 2-0, and Osuna takes strike 1.
Here's the time too. I would talk on the pre and post game show. It was like almost like a friendly battle between who was going to be that #2 behind Kershaw, between Rich Hill, Brandon McCarthy, Alex Wood.
That ball's pounded down the left field line and gone to open the scoring. Jose Osuna with his 7th home run of the year. The Pirates lead at 1-0.
Right down the middle. That was one where you guys Monty Grandal set up on the inside part of the plate, looking for a fastball in. And that fastball just goes right over the heart of the plate.
And that looks like Grandal gets crossed up on the first one to Sean Rodriguez. Alex Wood gave up 2 home runs over his first 15 outings of the year. That's his 6th in his last 6. That's the 1-0 fly. Rodriguez takes a strike. If you're thinking, wait a minute, didn't we just see Sean Rodriguez? Yes, he was with the Braves and traded over here a couple of weeks ago. He sends one the other way. Yasiel Puig turns, and the Pirates have gone back-to-back against Wood.
Same thing with that pitch. Yasmani, as he was reaching back, as he was set up on the outside part, reaching back over the middle of the plate. Right now, Alex Wood, he knows. We saw in that first inning where he had that fastball. He had some good command, made some really good pitches to David Freese, down and away, down and in. If he stayed there, he's going to be really effective. Both those balls right over the heart of the plate.
Jordy Mercer now. 1 ball and 1 strike. So back-to-back home runs for a Pittsburgh team. 2nd last in the majors in hitting them this year. 2-1. Tapped in front of the plate. This will not be an easy play. Grandal makes a good one to get Mercer for the first out of the inning. Well, people around here were a little bit upset that the front office didn't do more once they had charged back into the race. They had a 20-12 run to get him to within 3 games, and a lot of people wanted him to go get Jay Bruce or even Curtis Granderson. Consolation, though, is getting somebody that Pirates fans really enjoyed in his 2 years here, and Sean Rodriguez, back after several months in Atlanta. And his home run has the Pirates in front 2-0 as Chris Stewart takes the ball. Two and 0. Southern California native. Grounds one sharply to short. Corey Seager gobbles it up for the 2nd out.
We were talking about how they climb back into this. Still look at that NL Central. Still looks like it's a tight race. I mean, there's still over a month of the season left. These Pittsburgh Pirates sitting in 4th place, but just 6.5 back starting this game. So there's still a lot of baseball left. They still have a chance to get just in that division. No other team that's sitting in 4th that is 6.5 back.
Yeah, there really are only 2 races in baseball at this point. There's the National League Central, and then there's the American League wild card. Although, I guess I should probably update that thought, because suddenly the National League wild card, with Colorado and Arizona both being bad lately, has gotten a little more interesting too. Milwaukee's right on the verge of that. St. Louis as well. Pirates a little bit farther out of that than they are the Central. Cole strikes out swinging, and the 2nd inning comes to a close. But Osuna and Rodriguez go back-to-back against Alex Wood, and it's 2-0 after 2. We go to the third inning and we say welcome inside the booth here at PNC Park. Joe and Nomar. And Pirates didn't take batting practice today because of some long travels, but I think it was probably worth it. I'm sure you watched last night a little bit of the Sunday night baseball game in Williamsport as they played the Cardinals in front of all the Little Leaguers.
And then just reading all the reports, looking at all the tweets amongst the big leaguers and from the little leaguers, talking about how much fun and how great it was to have this experience. You had some of the major leaguers who said, I haven't been back to Williamsport since I played there, right, which is really cool. But even at the same time, just the whole environment. I always said, Williamsport, if you're a baseball fan, go to the Little League World Series. It has to be on that bucket list if you're a baseball fan. I say it's like the Disneyland for baseball. The environment, just the attitude, the friendliness, it is a special place, and all the people there, they work so hard to make sure it's special for the kids and everybody who comes.
Second time through the Dodger order here. Chris Taylor's ahead of Garrett Cole 2-0. They played that game at historic Bowman Field, which opened 91 years ago. And so Major League Baseball, looking at this as probably a yearly thing moving forward. They invested millions of dollars to renovate it, get it big league ready. 2-1.
And I hope they continue it. I think it was a great idea to do that. And then also just hearing the reaction from the players. Talk about, like, one was it a long day? Some of these people, they're like, it was a long day, but I would do it again. So that's just the way they were able to go to some of the Little League games as well there at Williamsport. Ride buses with the Little Leaguers.
Off of the hands to third. David Freese throws Chris Taylor out for the first out of the inning. Yeah, so they played the Cardinals Saturday night here. And then both teams flew into Williamsport early Sunday morning and spent the entire day there. Really special thing. And then the post-game handshake line was a cool gesture too. Corey Seager with the bases empty and one out. Goes after the first pitch. That's strike one. You mentioned a few of the guys had backgrounds playing in the Little League World Series. Well, Clint Hurdle, who is the Pittsburgh manager, had a year managing the minor league team in Williamsport. It was 1991. And he spent that entire summer living in a hunting cabin about 15 miles north of Williamsport, which is, by the way, one of the more beautiful parts of the country, too. Gently up along first. Easy play for Osuna.
I remember broadcasting the Little League World Series, and I remember when there was a team about 20 miles from Williamsport make the Little League World Series.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, the crowd, they have up on a hill, so there's not necessarily a stadium. They have a stadium, but there's no assigned seating. They said it was a crowd of close to 50,000 people. They said anywhere between 40 to 50,000 to watch the Little League game. It was great.
Justin Turner looking at strike one.
And I think the town is a town of about 20 to 30,000 people that made it. So they were there. Obviously, they were there. And I asked the mayor who was there, came up to the booth. He goes, like, yeah, it's like a ghost town right now over there. They're all here.
There was no room to do the cardboard sledding down that hill on that night.
The little kids were disappointed, but oh, it was an unbelievable environment.
Turner gets his hands in and pulls a base hit to left. 2-out single for Justin Turner.
And if Garrett Cole misses his spot there, he missed it, and it was still a tough pitch because that just really rode in on Justin Turner. Justin Turner doing a good job getting the barrel out there in front. Not just getting out there in front to make contact, but to keep that fair.
Keeps the inning going for Curtis Granderson. Plenty more Little Leaguers taking it in tonight back in Pittsburgh. Strike one. And I hate to get too deep into hitting here with 2 outs, but you mentioned Turner getting it out in front. For so long you hear about hitting stay back. Justin Turner's a guy who is a little bit unorthodox in that you see him drift forward, meet the ball out in front of the plate. How can both work?
Well, he thinks that, and he definitely does it, but also it's just a matter of when he gets his bat into the strike zone and in the hitting zone as he's with that high leg kick. But see, it's still in there in the middle of his body, and it stays flat, so he gives himself margin for error as far as timing is concerned, whether he's a little late right on it or a little bit ahead of it. But then other guys, so he thinks that, but that just helps him with his balance and leg kick. Others stay back because sometimes they have a tendency to drift, and when you drift, your barrel drops because your front shoulder flies out. So guys are thinking stay back and catch the ball and let the ball come to you.
Granderson down swinging. Garrett Cole with his 3rd strikeout. And the Pirates in front 2-0.
Players Weekend, August 25th through August 27th at MLBshop.com with limited edition Dodger jerseys and tees featuring player pick nicknames. Wear the gear the players will wear on the field next weekend. Available while supplies last at MLBshop.com.
Got a sneak peek of those last night. Pirates and Cardinals wearing them in Williamsport. Strike one on Starling Marte. I hear you're going to get one too. The former players that are now in the booth get the Players Weekend
that's what
jerseys.
I heard, so I'm kind of excited about that.
Do you know what it says?
It says no ma.
That's fun hearing you say no ma.
And I said, well, that's not really a nickname. That's how they pronounced it. Really pronounced it when I was in Boston.
It's a phonetic.
So
yeah.
it's just, but it's great.
Yeah, you have a phonetic spelling on the back of your jersey. Marte shoots it to right center field. Yasiel Puig is there for the first out of the inning.
When I got traded to the Cubs, I remember, some of the guys I got there, I had to do media and everything. I wasn't really out there to stretch. I kind of got there when the guys started to stretch. And I met some of the guys, but really didn't get to meet everybody when I got there because I had to fly in, and we talked about how crazy it can be when guys get traded. But I remember the first thing I do, and the fans were yelling, and I came out there and I heard them yelling at me. I said, "Oh, I got my R back."
That's awesome.
And the guys start laughing. They're like, "Oh, he's going to be just fine."
1 ball and 1 strike on Josh Harrison, but you might have lost the O in your name in the Midwest, though, with the tight jaws that us Midwest folk have. They say that a lot of regional dialect comes from weather in that region. And so the Midwestern dialect being like that, tight jaws come from that being a colder region.
Talking to each other outside, is that why?
I guess so. Here comes the 2-1. Harrison hits a high fly ball to deep right center field. Puig and Taylor back. The third home run of the game for Pittsburgh off of Alex Wood.
Talking about the amount of home runs that we've seen Alex Wood give up as of late, and giving up his third already in this game. And I'm sure fans, I'm sure even the coaching staff, I forget a few outings ago when Alex Wood even talked about how he was feeling kind of a little bit of fatigued in one of his starts. Let's not forget last year he was dealing with injuries, so didn't have a full season under his belt. Spent a lot of time on the DL. And this full season and going out there and being a regular starter. You wonder, but he also said from that start the day he felt fatigued to the next one that he also made a mechanical adjustment that he felt in between starts and was very effective the next outing as well. But you wonder, especially now, already giving up 3 home runs in this game, is some of that fatigue creeping back, or is it some of that mechanical flaw that he felt? Is that also creeping in today's for allowing some of these missed spots?
Finishes off McCutchen in short order for his second K. He said that he had unlocked the velocity problem a couple of starts ago prior to the start in a bullpen session. We made a mechanical tweak with his hips, getting them more engaged. With 2 outs and the bases empty, David Freese watches strike 1. Oh, and 2. Got him swinging. Back-to-back Ks to finish the Pirates here in the third, but another home run. Third of the day against Alex Wood, and it comes from Josh Harrison. Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica, the new benchmark of minivans, and by Jack in the Box. Come try the new $4.99 Smoky Jack Burger Combo, a small fries and a small drink, limited time only. On this date in 1931, Babe Ruth became the first man to hit 600 career home runs. Finished with 714. One of them against the Dodgers. Came in his one National League season at the end of his career with Boston. Now Smiley Grandal to lead off the fourth for the Dodgers in a 3-0 hole as Garrett Cole drops in a strike.
What nickname would be on the back of his jersey?
We could go with a few. Maybe just simply Babe.
That's what he wrote on baseballs, right? Bats when he signed.
Dugout foul. 1-2. Takes off on Cole. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Fastball by him at 98, strike 3.
Garrett Cole just challenged him with the fastball, came right at him, and it was Yasmani Grandal who got the first hit off Garrett Cole, had a double his last time out. That's when they had an opportunity. They got the bases loaded. Just 1 out. The Dodgers were unable to put a run on the board.
Against the Orange, California native. Went to Orange Lutheran High School. And then eventually UCLA. He was twice drafted in the first round. Once out of high school by the Yankees. And then first overall after his junior year at UCLA. Calling a strike on Puig. Not many guys get drafted in the first round out of high school and turn it down. But Garrett and his family really grinded away at making a decision. Went over the pros and cons. Even dove in and analyzed the finance side of it. The performance side of it with guys that had similar decisions previously. Puig pops it up. Stewart near the screen. 2 out. So Cole decided to go to college, and it wound up being a good decision. And then Yankees took him late in the first round, and the Pirates made him the first overall pick, paid him more than the Yankees would have if they had ever gotten to a point where they had offered Garrett Cole. He and his family decided to not even let the Yankees present a signing bonus offer once they had made the decision that college would be the route for him to go. With 2 outs, Gonzalez, ball 1. So tough to begin with to turn down a first-round offer, but how about when you consider that the Yankees were the team that Garrett Cole grew up rooting for? 1-1.
Yeah, that is a lot of family time together to decide what is best for everybody. It really does become a fan, even though you're going, well, it's their decision. You really do turn to your family an awful lot. I'll tell you, those are the people you're going to lean on too when you're in the minors and going through everything, and also they're the ones with the experience. Difference between pros and cons between college and pro ball.
Gonzalez hits an opposite field fly ball to starting Marte in left, and the Dodgers down quietly in the 4th. Beautiful night in Pittsburgh, but all Pirates so far to the bottom half. Cold hard fact of the night. Best record since 1969, so in the divisional era following a loss. The Dodgers right now have the 4th highest winning percentage. And that time, 10 times this year have they lost back-to-back games. Most recently in late July against Atlanta. Under Dave Roberts, who you feel like is a shoo-in to win Manager of the Year for the 2nd time in his first 2 years as a manager. Jose Osuna starts the inning and takes a ball. Started the early home run party for the Pirates. They've hit 3 against Wood, all of them solo shots. That slash foul, and it's 1-1. Osuna, 24 years old, making his debut this season after 7 minor league years. Got the opportunity after Marte's PED suspension. Strike called, 1-2. Guy they originally signed, or at least scouted, as a pitcher. Liked his frame, the way that it projected at first base. He's played both corners. He's played the outfield. He's at first tonight with Josh Bell getting the night off. Wood lets the 1-2 fly. It's tapped and played as short. Corey Seager, 1 out.
Alex Wood just so far hasn't looked as sharp. Now, it's easy to say after giving up 3 home runs. Like, of course he hasn't looked as sharp, but even in that last at bat, last pitch was good, kept it down. But he got a strike called. It was a breaking ball. It was still called a strike. But he was upset with himself because he didn't hit his spot.
Quickly 0-2 with a fastball, but that fastball has been 90-91 and not touching 94, which is where it returned to when he was happy.
I think he's only hit 92 once so far today.
Uses location instead of the velocity here to finish off Rodriguez. This is more where the velocity was in those couple of starts where it was a bit of a concern for him as you look back at it, take it slow-mo with Kona.
And you know the Dodgers right now are watching this closely. I mean, just for that fact, looking at the miles per hour, what it's averaging. Also looking the fact that him being up in the zone and missing some of his spots, because that's one thing that he has been so good and just been so consistent with his delivery and his command over the course of the season.
One ball, no strikes on Jordy Mercer. That's a little bit out, and it's 2-0. And last year, Alex Wood, in an injury-shortened season, or at least an injury cut down a little bit by injuries. He came for a season cut down by injuries, came back towards the end, but he only threw 60 innings total. That's a solid single into center. And this year he's already crossed 120, so more than double of what he threw last year. So it wasn't totally a surprise when the velocity diminished some recently. The reason it's a bit concerning here is that he thought that he had figured it out by making that mechanical change a couple outings ago. And it had come back to 93 and 94.
And maybe it is that mechanical issue that's come back as well. Maybe it's a combination. And the one thing is, we know he's gonna work so hard, but at the same time, if he feels like it is mechanical, something he can go back and actually look at the video and says, okay, am I not doing? Did I go back to that last time when my velocity was down? Am I doing that again? Because it could come back. Sometimes you're fighting it, trying to. And then if that's the case, when he looks at the video and recognizes, then he can go back, do a bullpen session, and then get that confidence again, and hopefully that velocity back that he's looking for his next outing.
2-0 on the catcher, Stewart. That is just foul. We mentioned it earlier, but Alex Wood needed just 79 pitches to go 7 innings his last time. He's already at 62 here in the fourth. Here's his 2-1. 2-2. Mercer at first with 2 out and a 2-2 to Stewart that he dumps back. We'll do it again. One of the best views in baseball here. Count goes full.
You and I were talking about this. Your first time here at this ballpark. I was telling you, I'm like, well, you're in for a treat. It is one of the more picturesque ballparks in baseball. When you're here in person, the skyline almost doesn't look real.
Yeah, painted out there. Mercer will move with the pitch. There he goes. Here it comes. Stewart taps it foul. It was open in 2001. So much personality to the park and the view, replacing a place that didn't have much in Three Rivers. They first started discussing a new ballpark in the early 90s, but it took a while before there was momentum behind it and able to get it done. They didn't break ground for another 8 years after those first discussions. Another payoff. A pop-up. Backing out of play.
They did a really beautiful job on this ballpark. One thing they probably did discuss, they really should have discussed with you, Joe, is where to put the broadcast booth, because it is a little high.
Yeah, they didn't call me. No. Or any other person that's ever broadcasted a game, I don't think. High drive to deep center and caught by Grandal.
Well, the one thing being so high, you do get the beautiful view of the skyline. You also get to see the birds that are flying around. At least you get to see them eye to eye level.
Yeah, or the top of them. Here in Washington, are the 2 highest. Stewart really making Alex Wood work here. Another full count pitch. And a fly ball to left center field. Chris Taylor has a beat on it, and the inning is over. Through 4 innings in the series opener on 3 solo home runs, the Pirates in front.
Story of the day, of course, is the solar eclipse. Time now for our Carl's Jr. replay. And tell you what, the Dodgers certainly taking full advantage of the partial solar eclipse. It started here in Pittsburgh at about 4:10 this afternoon and lasted about 2 hours and 45 minutes. Maximum magnitude about 235, and the guys were certainly out here enjoying it with their solar eclipse glasses. And by the way, at that maximum magnitude, Clayton Kershaw was throwing his simulated game. And of course, Clayton Kershaw, always lights out guy. Here's a fun fact for you. The last time there was a comparable eclipse in the United States that crossed from the Pacific to the Atlantic was back on June 8, 1918. At the time, the Brooklyn Robins played a doubleheader against the Pittsburgh Pirates that day at Ebbets Field. And of course, right now, the Los Angeles Dodgers playing the Pittsburgh Pirates. It was an awesome day. A lot of guys enjoying that. Clayton Kershaw looked amazing in the simulated game. Thank you very much, Backstage Dodgers, for that all-access footage. Joe?
Team split that doubleheader that day, Alana. Pirates winning the first game 7-1. Brooklyn Robins winning game 2 2-1. They tied it in the bottom of the 9th. They won it in the bottom of the 12th. Back on June 8, 1919. Dodgers in a 3-0 hole here in the 5th inning against Garrett Cole. Back-to-back days against really tough right-handers. Justin Verlander yesterday. Garrett Cole capturing some of the magic he's shown throughout his career tonight. Drops one in for a strikeout Utley. So the eclipse lasted for a total of about an hour and a half, going across the country. Started in Lincoln Beach, Oregon, 9:06 a.m. Pacific, and then ended around Charleston, South Carolina, 2:44 Eastern. Did you get out and check it out at all, or?
No, I didn't. I didn't have those glasses. So
you still could have gone outside.
I wasn't going to be going over there and trying to be dumb enough to go stare at the sun and see if I can see it.
Right. Smart move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard it can do some damage.
Soft ground ball to first for Osuna, who feeds Cole, just barely beating Utley to the bag. Well, this is a really stupid question, but I wasn't sure if there was something special about how bright it gets when there's an eclipse. Like if it's extra bad to look at the sun. It's not. You just should never look at the sun. Right. So you can use these glasses anytime, I guess.
Well, they make such a big deal because people really try to fight and say, okay, squint, say, okay, I'm going to be okay. I can see this. Not a good idea.
There's a minor league game in Oregon today. Standing room only crowd. Eclipse glasses were the giveaway for all the fans. They played it in the afternoon or in the morning there, I guess. Stopped the game for 6 minutes in what was officially the first solar eclipse delay in baseball history. So they're taking the ball and sending it to Cooperstown.
It's a really good idea.
Quickly 0-2 on Wood.
Hold on, got a delay. What's wrong? Sun's covered.
That's right. We can't see. It's dark. They did a bit of a deep dive on eclipses. Earliest writings that show people recognizing them all the way back to 5,000 years ago. In ancient China, it was believed that the sun had been eaten by a dragon. Alex Wood down on strikes, 2 out. So the people would pound on drums and bang hands together to try and scare the dragon away. It worked. The sun eventually came back. But apparently the emperor had his 2 astrologists eliminated because he was mad they didn't predict that it would happen. He was happy that the dragon was scared off by the banging, but still got rid of the
astrologers.
Yeah.
Got to be better.
Right? You do. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th. Here's Chris Taylor with the Dodgers down 3-0. Fastball for a strike. In ancient Greece, there were 2 armies that were fighting, and an eclipse happened. And they saw it as a sign from the gods that they should end the war. And so right there, they put their weapons down and declared peace. That's foul, and it's 0-2.
Now that's a good call.
Right.
Wish more people would have done that today.
Yeah.
That's a That should have been all over the media and publicized and say, listen, folks, all your differences, all your, you know, what your gripes, whoever and whatever it may be, drop it.
1-2. I mean, the sun just got eaten by a dragon. Things could be worse.
Yeah, well, isn't there a new one on Game of Thrones?
Are you?
I'm not a big Game of Thrones, but I saw people tweeting about it. So
well,
there's something about a dragon on it. So I apologize for not knowing, but
that's okay.
Since you brought up dragons,
you're just building off what I did.
Right,
yeah.
that's it.
It took us down this dark path. Five Ks for Garrett Cole. We're halfway home in Pittsburgh with the Pirates in front 3-0. Southern California Toyota dealers. Save big on a reliable new 2017 Camry now at Toyota's National Clearance Event. Back in Pittsburgh with the sun setting and the Pirates in front 3-0. Alex Wood to Garrett Cole with ball one. Joe Nomar and Alana, first of 4 between these teams this week. What has been a house of horrors for the Dodgers in recent years. They've dropped 8 of 9 in Pittsburgh. Swept the Pirates in Los Angeles this year, but it was there, and this is a PNC. And a different story in this yard. 2-1 on Cole, who doesn't appear to be headed anywhere. Only 69 pitches through 5 innings. Not a fun proposition to try and come back against the back end of the Pirates bullpen, anchored by Felipe Rivero, who's turned into one of the best closers in baseball. Alex Wood starts the 5th with his 5th strikeout. Great Dodger moment coin collection presented by 76 continues this Saturday as part of the 3-game series with the Brewers. First 40,000 fans in attendance in the coin commemorating Rick Monday saving the American flag from being burned at Dodger Stadium when he was with the Cubs. Came over to the Dodgers soon after that. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. There's Mo Call on Dodger Radio with Kevin Kennedy this week. Charlie Steiner will be back in the homestand in the radio booth. 0-1 on Starling Marte. Back off Wood. Ricochets to Turner. They will get the out. And the training staff and Dave Roberts will immediately come out and take a look at Alex. Or at least to the top step until he waves him off and says he's fine.
Looked like the home plate umpire, he was out there waiting for them, saying, "Are you going to come check?" But Alex looks like he got hit in the right spot. He's like, "No, I'm okay." It also feels a little bit better when it's an out.
Yeah. 1-5-3 officially. Now try to solve Josh Harrison, who has a single and a home run against him today. Ground ball to third. This is the first 1-2-3 inning of the day for Alex Wood. We move along to the 6th inning. See if the offense can get it cranked up.
On an all-new Backstage Dodgers, Rich Hill is mic'd up for Yu Darvish's debut against the White Sox. Plus, we flash back to Curtis Granderson's first moments as a Dodger. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers, presented by Hankook Tires, Thursday at 5 p.m. only on Sportsnet LA.
Granderson and the Dodgers down 3-0 in this one. They do up third in this inning after Seager and Turner trying to solve Garrett Cole. Seager fouls it off his foot on the first one of the 6, something that he did this weekend in Detroit as well. Like Garrett Cole, Corey Seager grew up a Yankees fan. Got that from his parents, who are both from New York. Corey was a diehard Derek Jeter guy, like so many in his generation were. Cole's favorite Yankees, Mariano Rivera, Roger Clemens. Chucks his swing and a change, but they said that he offered, and it's 0-2. 2001 World Series where the Yankees lost in 7 games to Arizona. Cole was 11 and sat in the first row in games 6 and 7 in Phoenix. Fastball for strike 3. That had to be tough on an 11-year-old to sit in the first row, have that view of the Yankees losing in walk-off fashion in the 7th.
You know, I played in Boston all those years. I'm sorry.
Wasn't that tough, huh?
I'm sorry.
Sorry you're not sorry. Cole is 7 Ks now, home to Turner with one that clips him. That snaps a string of 9 in a row retired since Turner's single back in the 3rd.
This one just gets away from Garrett Cole. Dodger fans thinking hopefully it just looked like it just grazed the little elbow pad that Turner has. So all good.
2 of Cole's 7 strikeouts have come against Curtis Granderson, who bats here with 1 on and 1 out in the 6th inning. Anderson spent 4 years playing for the Yankees. Even though it was relatively recently, 2010 through 13. Before Cole was drafted, during his time at UCLA, he remained a diehard Yankee fan. 2-0. So he was rooting for some of the teams Curtis was on. The 2-0. That's ripped to second, a base hit by Harrison. Granderson with his first hit of the night, and the Dodgers, just like that, bring the tying run to the plate in the 6th.
This ball was smoked by Curtis Granderson, especially after your first 2 at-bats. When you strike out, you're coming up. You're thinking, okay, I got to keep this inning alive. Finally got somebody on base, even though it was hit by a pitch. But after him retiring 9 in a row, it looked like Garrett Cole was really in control. So you want to just keep that, try to keep that momentum on your side. And the Dodgers had a chance back in the 2nd inning when they had the bases loaded and 1 out. They weren't able to score. Now looking at another opportunity to put one across the board.
Really the only opportunity since then.
Right. That was the only time they had somebody in scoring position.
You saw Cole talking with a veteran catcher, Chris Stewart, and it was as if Cole was delivering the message there. They say that Garrett Cole studies the game and studies pitching so hard, and he's so knowledgeable already at this point in his career that they think he could be a pitching coach right now. Try and use some of that knowledge to get out of this jam. 2 on with 1 out in the 6th. Yasmani Grandal takes one that bounces, and it's 1-0. Grandal clubbed a double against him back in the 2nd. Good rip, 1-1. Home run could tie it. The Dodgers facing a guy that's given up 26 of them this year. That's the 1-1 fly. Grandal foul tips it into the glove, 1-2.
And if there was a pitch, that was the pitch. The first pitch that he swung and missed was a good pitch by Garrett Cole. 97 up and in. That one wasn't up and in. Look over the middle of the plate. He just barely foul tips it.
The 1-2. Able to protect 98, and we'll do it again. Grandal starting to show signs of coming out of this August slump. Homered in his last game. That loud double tonight. First and second, a 1-2, and he hits it foul again. we know Yasmani Grandal gets going, he can carry an offense. In the air to left. Marte back on it to the edge of the warning track for the second out.
Here's Monty Grandal. That's one you're frustrated, and it's not so much just that fly out, that last fly out. It's that one that you swung through and missed. The second strike. That's the one that you're frustrated. Like, that's the one you gave me a shot, a chance, and then you got into kind of the two-striker mode, the protection mode. So you really just don't. You just try to barrel it up, and he did. He put a good swing on it and drove it. But you, as a hitter, you go back thinking about that one that you're like, ah, it was a good pitch to hit.
So it's up to Puig with 2 out in the 6th inning. Fastball away, 1-0. Walk and a pop up. Walks have accounted for the majority of Puig's offense lately. 2 for his last 23. The 1-0. Taken high, ball 2. Turner was hit. Granderson single. The 2-0 is ball 3.
This is where Dave Roberts gives a green light. Yasiel, this is one where you don't have to get too big. You relax. You let him supply the power with that 97. Look for your spot and let it go.
And so does Cole throw 97, or does he break something off?
That's, you know, he might. I think he'll challenge him.
He does, but he's over the corner. 3-1.
Right, Yasiel did the right job letting that go. You got to look, and it has to be your pitch. He made a pitcher's pitch in the outer half. Good pitch. You look the same thing. Look for your pitch.
Here it is. A foul, full count. Dodgers just 1 run over their last 15 innings on Curtis Granderson's home run against Justin Verlander yesterday. Left him loaded in the 2nd. Had 1st and 2nd with 1 out here. Now Cole ready for a payoff, trying to get out of it. Puig fouls it again.
He's mad at himself, but that was a fastball away. He did a good job just staying alive. You know, right now, if Garrett Cole has confidence in it, he set Yasiel up for one of his breaking ball that looks like that fastball that breaks out. Yasiel upset with himself. That ball, he thinks he should have barreled that up and driven it to right field. But this is one where Cole and Stewart are thinking about, do I have confidence in throwing that breaking ball? Do I want to get bases loaded up with Adrian Gonzalez sitting on deck, who already has a nice line drive single off me in the 2nd inning?
7th pitch from Cole to Puig. Runners go again. Puig hits one softly off of the hands to 3rd, and it's booted by Freese to load the bases. The door left open for the Dodgers here in the 6th, and now Adrian Gonzalez will try to step through it. And he'll try to do so, sitting at 1,999 career hits after his 2nd inning single. Would this be a nice spot for a milestone hit? Cole's first one. Driven in the air to deep center field. That ball's got a chance at the wall and caught. McCutchen in front of the 399 sign. For the second time tonight, Cole gets out of a bases loaded jam. Nothing. And as Andrew McCutchen gets ready to bat, we take our unlimited baseball break, brought to you by T-Mobile. 198 career home runs for McCutchen, placing him fourth in Pirates history behind 3 Hall of Famers, including Willie Stargell, who is the only guy ever to hit 2 balls completely out of Dodger Stadium. 475 in his Hall of Fame career. Alex Wood back out there for the bottom of the 6th. Then he's in with strike 1. One of Stargell's 2 balls hit out of Dodger Stadium, they say, is the longest one ever hit there at 506 feet. In 1969, he did it again in 1973. 2-1 on McCutchen.
I think Giancarlo Stanton was hitting them the same way in high school at a workout at Dodger Stadium. He was hitting them out of the park.
Inside, 3 balls and a strike. Adrian Gonzalez needed just a little bit more than the 397 that he hit this one. What a way that would have been to get number 2,000. 2-2 on McCutchen, or 3-2 on McCutchen.
I knew we were all thinking it before the pitch. Like, gosh, wouldn't that be a way to get that milestone? How about a nice grand slam? And then when he hit it,
you heard the dugout
yes.
react. McCutchen hammers the ball to right. Puig back to the warning track, leaps up and makes the catch. Yasiel Puig's Gold Glove caliber season continues. On this one, he pays the price against that scoreboard in right.
Yasiel Puig with another unbelievable catch, picking up Alex Wood. There isn't any padding on that wall out there in right field. That ball was hit well by Andrew McCutchen. He gets a beat on it. He leaps and sacrifices the body against the wall.
Yeah, Yasiel Puig with no regard for his own safety.
Wow. over the years, we have seen Yasiel do this, sacrifice his body to try to make a great play, and has made great plays.
You're tougher than him, though. I said you're tougher than him.
David Freese, the batter now. And he pulls one to short. Seager spears it backhand. Long throw to get him. Dodgers putting on a defensive show here in the 6th.
Back-to-back great plays as we check out our Volkswagen replay. Ranging far to his right, Corey Seager. And then showing off the strong arm. Gathers himself, and I'll tell you, didn't totally gather himself because his momentum, he had to go so far to his right, and yet still had enough to make a strong throw across the diamond.
So 2 up and 2 down in this inning, and make that a 1-2-3 inning. Back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for Alex Wood, who has settled that pitch count down. He's keeping the Dodgers in the game as we go to the late innings. Of the game brought to you by Garrett Cole tonight. 6 shutout innings so far, 7 Ks, and has gotten out of a pair of bases loaded jams, 1 in the 2nd and 1 in the 6th.
He's looked really good tonight. I mean, except for those few hiccups, like you said, in those innings where the Dodgers looked like they had chances. Really, the only 2 innings that they had runners in scoring position to try to put something on the board. He's been able to dig deep and get out of it.
Same for Alex Wood, digging deep the last couple of innings to be so efficient that he gets through 6 at least. Josh Fields getting ready. It appears that it will be 6 and that's all, with Logan Forsythe stepping into the on deck circle in Wood's spot. Chase Utley starts the 7th, fouling it back, strike 1. Yanked to right center field. That's a leadoff single for Utley.
Well, what Garrett Cole has been able to do this entire game has been get the leadoff batter out. The Dodgers have not had a leadoff runner on base at all during this game. This is the first one. And now the Dodgers looking to see if they can capitalize on it.
But Logan Forsythe pinch hitting, then to the top of the order. And one of the game's best pitching coaches, Ray Searage, comes out. if you want to make chores more fun, and who doesn't, be at Dodger Stadium Sunday, August 27th. Dodgers take on the Brewers, and if your child is one of the first 12,000 kids in attendance, 14 and under, they get a Dodgers Kids Hamper presented by your SoCal Honda dealers. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. So Alex Wood is finished tonight as Forsythe stands in. If he can reach top of the order, would come up representing the tying run. Cole misses in. All 3 runs coming on home runs tonight.
And this year, Logan Forsythe is 1 for 5 as a pinch hitter.
Dave Roberts happy to be able to use him here while Cole is still in the game. He's 3 for 3 against Cole lifetime. And he's ahead of him, 3 balls and no strikes.
Once again, I guarantee you, Dave Roberts says, go ahead if you would like it, swing 3-0. But Logan really likes to see a lot of pitches.
Strike 1. And Curtis Granderson right at the top of baseball in pitches per plate appearance. You see so many deep counts. A 3-1. That's strike 2.
Also didn't help the way Chris Stewart had to reach for this ball to have made it look so bad. I mean, as a hitter, you follow that ball all the way in, and then you see the catcher have to reach that far, and you're going, wait a minute, that's a strike? And he had to look at the pitch cast like it caught the bottom of the zone.
Winds up walking. The first 2 reach for the Dodgers here in the 7th to set the table for the top of the order. Taylor on the first pitch of the game just missed against Cole, flying out to the warning track and right. Action down in that Pirates bullpen. A.J. Schugel.
And this is one right here where, yeah, you just walk the guy right in front of you, but you're not looking to say, okay, I'll take a strike, think he's lost it. You don't think that over. So you've already seen him. This is your 4th time facing him in this game. If you get a pitch you can handle, you let it go. You got to believe you're the guy that can drive him in.
Taylor representing the tying run. Goes after the first pitch, and a diving stop at short by Mercer to get the out at second. Takes away an RBI from Chris Taylor. And they're at the corners with 1 out.
And that's exactly what Chris Taylor did. He was in attack mode. He got a pitch. He was just unlucky. He drove this ball right back up the middle. It was just a fine play by Jordy Mercer, laying out. Looked like it was going to get through, but he comes up with a great play and gets that 1 out at second base.
So now it's Seager. Dodgers threatening again, like they did in the 2nd, like they did in the 6th. Can they finally cash in? Ball 1. You hit more home runs in your career on the first pitch of the at-bat than any other count, right?
I don't know, maybe.
You did.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm sure because I always swung at it anyway. So
yeah.
I'm sure that's.
Seager's similar. Loves going after that first pitch. Took that one. And so this is a 1-0. 99. Even on his 101st pitch of the night, 1-1.
I was thinking, I go, guy who likes to attack the first pitch like Corey Seager in this situation, RBI guy, and you're 1-0. I'm like, if it's close, you're swinging.
Attack that one too.
Yeah.
Elliott third and Taylor at first. The 1-1. 1-2.
That's the one you're angry at yourself as a hitter, because it was an off speed and your body, your balance was back enough. You just didn't square it up.
That's a base hit to right, and the Dodgers have finally broken through against Cole as Seager drives home Utley. A 3-1 game, and now the tying run aboard.
Now Corey comes through right here with that fastball down and in. They wanted it away, but it ends up going in. Capitalizing on the mistake by Garrett Cole. But I'll tell you, still go back to that play by Jordy Mercer. You're thinking, okay, well, they got the run in. He just saved a run. No, he did save another run. Because if that goes through, Logan Forsythe is probably all the way at third on that one. So the Dodgers would have 2 runs after that base hit.
So now first and second with 1 out. Justin Turner could put the Dodgers in front with 1 swing. He looks at ball 1. As we've told you a couple times, worth reminding you again, with a guy with power like Turner up there. Garrett Cole's allowed 26 home runs this year. His 1-0. At the knees for a strike, 1-1. Taylor at second. Seager at first. The 1-1. That's ball 2. This range here, 106 pitches, nothing new for Cole. Usually goes by 100. Season high 115. Downhill with a 2-1. Turner had one to hit and fouled it back, 2-2.
Talk about the benefits of being able to throw 97, 96. Is that when you miss your spot, sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes they just can't square it up or they foul it off. And that was one of them right there.
Now he goes into that 2-strike mode where he's better than anybody in baseball this year. He says part of the reason is that he doesn't dwell on moments like that where he has one to hit, doesn't connect, just readies for the next pitch and moves on.
He also talks about his mindset about with runners in scoring position. Remember him getting asked about especially when he came over to the Dodgers, just so clutch in those situations, and he says pressure isn't on me. I really believe the pressure is on the pitcher. They have to execute, so I'm fine. I just go with my same approach.
Makes it sound easy. If it was, everybody would be good with 2 strikes. Here comes a 2-2. Turner grounds one into left for a base hit. They stop Taylor. Marte has a good arm. They're loaded again with 1 out in the 7th. First 5 against Cole have reached in this inning. 4 hits and a walk. And there's a fielder's choice sprinkled in there on the great play and short by Mercer. So 3 hits, a walk, and the fielder's choice. And they're going to leave Cole in for Granderson.
And that's so hard for Chris Woodward over as a third base coach to hold Chris Taylor. If you got the guy with speed out there that you're watching the ball, but you're also going, gosh, do I risk it right here when I have the middle part of my lineup coming up?
Granderson takes strike 1.
And especially though, you've seen this team already get the bases loaded and not be able to knock one in over the course of this game. So you're thinking, all right, they're just not happening today. But you got to trust the middle part of your lineup.
Third time they've loaded him up. In the dirt, stays in the vicinity of Stewart, and it's 1-1. Granderson struck out his first 2 times against Cole, but then barreled up a single last inning. Trying to get Alex Wood off of the hook. Granderson ahead 2-1. High drive to deep right center. That ball is gone. Curtis Granderson with a go-ahead grand slam. He fits in just fine.
That's why you hold them up at third base right there. When you really trust the middle part of your lineup. Curtis Granderson. First hit as a Dodger was a home run, which came yesterday against Justin Verlander. And then how about an opportunity to give your team a lead and come through with a grand slam.
Slam to spoil the day for Garrett Cole.
Did you see Garrett Cole's reaction? He knew it. And it looked like the Dodgers and Curtis Granderson knew it too.
Unbelievable. It's really not though anymore. Plenty of room to spare. Esmani Grandal took ball 1 from A.J. Schugel as the Pirates go into the bullpen. That's a change that floats in for a strike 1-1. Who's in, who's out, brought to you by In and Out. And if you try to look at it objectively, you feel for Cole, who had such a good outing, and then gives up these 5 here in the 7th after 6 dominant innings.
He had a good outing, but the Dodgers had opportunities twice. They got the bases loaded twice, couldn't come up, couldn't put anything on the board. Garrett Cole did a great job getting out of the inning both those times, but you also touched on 26 home runs coming into this start.
Grandal digs that one out, flips it to Marte in left, 2 out. And it winds up dooming him again.
Just like the adjustments Curtis Granderson has made over the course of this game. He struck out twice. First 2 at-bats against Garrett Cole. Then his next at-bat hits a sharp single to right field. And then a grand slam.
It's Granderson's 8th home run in his last 16 games. 2 outs, and here's Puig as the Dodgers have brought 8 men to the plate here in the 7th. He dribbles it foul. We talk about Granderson's slow start this year, but since that poor opening month, he's been one of the top hitters in baseball. Puig smashes a liner to left center for a base hit that'll go all the way to the wall. The Wild Horse on his way to second with a 2-out double.
Good job by Yasiel getting on that fastball, getting the barrel on a fastball up in the zone. Not just get to it, driving it. We were talking about his batting practice as well. He had a really good batting practice today, and it's always good. I was looking at that, like, he deserves that hit. After you have a good batting practice like that and you're just like in the right mindset, he works good walk in his first at bat. You know, he came up with the bases loaded, and with a couple guys on to runner in scoring position, and you know, he hits the ball, but he still had a good at bat. He was working. So at the same time, when you look at that, you're going, all right, you want to get rewarded over a course of a day.
It's like you're owed it.
Yeah, exactly.
Another chance at 2,000 for Gonzalez, who missed it by about 5 feet. Just delayed the inevitable, though, it seems like at this point. Grand slam came later from another veteran. A little pop fly to left center. Marte's under it, and the inning is over. Again, it's not if, it's who and when. This time Curtis Granderson. A grand slam is part of a 5-run 7 that flips the script in Pittsburgh.
Right now in this one, 5-3 Dodgers, bottom of the 7th inning. You'll see that Curtis Granderson in the outfield wearing the high socks. One of the most thoughtful players in all of Major League Baseball, and certainly the fact that he's playing for Jackie Robinson's organization is not lost on number 6. He tweeted this out the other day. Each game I wear socks high in honor of hashtag Jackie Robinson. Today I did it in a Dodgers uniform, and it felt really special. Hashtag Let's Go Dodgers. It's one of the first things he told his father. Actually, they had a discussion when he was traded over to Los Angeles. His dad said, you know what? You're playing for Jackie Robinson's team now.
That is pretty cool. Josh Fields comes in, replacing Alex Wood, trying to hold on to a 5-3 lead. Alex Wood now in position to win this game as Fields misses high with ball 1 to Sean Rodriguez. Granderson's dad, a longtime educator. Same with his mom in Chicago. 2-0. Sean Rodriguez was one of the 3 solo home runs against Wood. Quickly, 3 balls, no strikes.
We were talking about it before the game. Outing by Wood going 6 innings. He needed 5 2/3 to qualify for league leaders in different categories. He reached that today.
Question is, where will the 3 runs over 6 innings now put him? On 3-1. Looks like the ERA is now at 2.41 for Alex Wood, which I believe will drop him below Gio Gonzalez into 4th. Let me double check it for you. And 2. Yep, that 241 will put him just a touch behind Gio Gonzalez for 4th in the NL and ERA. After falling behind 3-0, Fields has battled back to run it full. Rodriguez fouls one, and we'll do the 3-2 again. Tony Watson, who has pitched in this ballpark out of the bullpen more than any player in the park's history, gets ready to face his old team for the first time. Emotions have got to be running through his body as he gets ready for that. Fields comes back to strike him out. Dodger calendar brought to you by 76. Looking ahead at the remainder of this road trip. Tomorrow, by the way, is on KTLA. Thursday's game will be 1 o'clock Pacific time, and back home for a 3-game homestand. That's all. Just 3 with the Brewers. Back on the road again after that. So here's Jordy Mercer. Dodger pitching has retired 9 in a row since Mercer singled back in the 4th inning. That's a strike, 0-1. Alex Wood finished his day with a pair of 1, 2, 3 innings. Oh, 2. Dodgers trying to get their 22nd win out of their last 26 games and their 53rd out of their last 63. They're 52-10 since the beginning of June. They started this run of 21 series in a row without a series defeat. Struck out Rodriguez. Now Mercer rolls one to short. Corey Seager's there. The Dodgers keep mowing them down here through the middle innings.
Well, after you come in and you take the lead, you ask guys at your bullpen, come in and throw strikes. Looked early on when he got 3-0, you're like, uh-oh, Josh, but to be able to come back. And then it gets Sean Rodriguez with a strikeout after falling behind 3-0 and then throwing strikes and getting Jordy Mercer put the ball in play. That's what you're supposed to do.
Elias Diaz, the hitter here, pinch hitting for Chris Stewart. Starts him with an off-speed pitch, strike one. Happy belated birthday, by the way, to Josh Fields, 32 on Saturday. One and one. Second year with the Dodgers, over from the Houston Astros at the deadline last year. Fouled back 1-2. One Georgia Bulldog to another tonight from Alex Wood to Josh Fields.
Once again, I can't talk about that, Joe.
I know. Yellow Jacket guy. That's why I didn't ask it to. 2-2. Although you said you never sensed that much of a rivalry with that.
No, when I was there, it was
okay.
No question. I just, for me personally, I didn't know much about it, obviously being from Southern California, until I got there. And then I was like, whoa, all right. They let you know real quick.
2-2. Outside, full count. Is it looked at as city boys against country boys, being an Atlanta thing versus Athens, or what is the dynamic on it?
All I know is I remember when I wore red one time and my head coach goes, you can't wear that around here. I'm like, it's my favorite color. I didn't know that, so we're going to have to talk about it. But no, you definitely learn.
Do you have to go get a whole new wardrobe?
No. I was fine. Just didn't wear it around him.
The Dodgers had scored just one run over the previous 15 innings against Verlander and Cole, but a 5 spot in the 7th. Curtis Granderson with a grand slam. His second one in the last week, by the way. His final hit in a Mets uniform was a grand slam. Diaz fouls it back on a check swing. If Diaz can reach, Clint Hurdle's going to use Josh Bell to try and tie the game. If it wasn't for Cody Bellinger, Josh Bell would probably be the leader right now for National League Rookie of the Year. Fields looking for a 1-2-3-7. Fly ball to right. He's got it. Yasiel Puig is there. And we move along to the 8th inning. Dodgers trying to lock this thing down. Pick up another come from behind win. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Carl's Jr., the charbroiled chicken sandwiches with no antibiotics ever. Only at Carl's Jr. Back in Pittsburgh at PNC Park, where we'll be through Thursday this week. Dodgers and Pirates playing 4 games, and the Dodgers leading this opener 5-3 as Elias Diaz stays in to catch. And Daniel Hudson comes on for A.J. Schugel. First season here in Pittsburgh, the old Arizona Diamondback. We'll face off with Chase Utley, same guy that led off last inning and started it with a single, started a 5-run rally for the Dodgers. It's the first one foul.
We talked about that last inning. That was the first inning that the Dodgers were able to get the leadoff batter on base against Garrett Cole. We're saying, will they be able to take advantage of that? They did, putting up a 5 spot.
RBI single from Corey Seager, and then the Granderson grand slam. Ball and a strike on Utley. It's been an interesting year for Hudson. In April, he had an ERA above 9. But then in May and June, sub-3 earned run average. Even better in July, didn't give up an earned run the whole month. But struggling again here in August, again above 9. Utley hits a towering fly ball to left. Starling Marte's under it for the first out of the 8th. He knows a little something about trying to overcome adversity, though. He's not had just 1 Tommy John surgery. He's had 2. Here he is still pitching in the majors. Facing a pinch hitter here, Kike Hernandez in the pitcher's spot with the bases empty and 1 out in a 5-3 game in the 8th. Strike 1. Have you read The Arm by Jeff Passan yet?
I have not.
Daniel Hudson is featured prominently in it. It is a must read for baseball fans. The Arm, Jeff Passan. A tapper back to him. And he retires the first 2 here in the 8th.
Talking a lot about Tommy John surgeries, I assume. The arm.
That's the majority of it, but it is, like we did on solar eclipses tonight, a deep dive into everything arm, the evolution of the arm. Two outs, 8th inning, top of the order. Here's Chris Taylor. Think about what that inning would have been had Jordy Mercer not made a diving play on the ball that Taylor hit up in the middle. Got one of the 3 outs thanks to that. Would still be going. One and 1. Watson ready to go for the bottom of the 8th. Will be Brock Stewart tomorrow, by the way. Jamison Tyone countering for Pittsburgh. 4:05 LA time, first pitch. 2-1. Rich Hill against Trevor Williams on Wednesday. Then on getaway day, Hyun-Jin Ryu and Chad Kuhl. We didn't hear earlier tonight. Yu Darvish expected to come back this weekend in the final game of the homestand against Milwaukee Sunday. Two and two. got him swinging. Hudson with a 1-2-3-8. Tony Watson will face his old team when you come back.
Alex Wood pale in comparison to the one big swing of the bat from his newest teammate Curtis Granderson. That is the difference in this game right now as the Dodgers lead 5-3. Coming up next, Access Sportsnet Dodgers brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers. Ned and Jerry and John break this one down, guys.
5-3 the score, and Tony Watson coming in trying to protect it in the bottom of the 8th inning against a team that he pitched for his entire career before the deadline move. They played a tribute to him on the video board here as he warmed up, and the entire Pirates dugout is on the top step giving him a hand. So the crowd was up on its feet giving him a hand too. 236 career relief appearances here at PNC Park, more than any pitcher in the park's history. A pinch hitter against him, Adam Frazier, and he misses him with a fastball. What was it like for you going back to Boston for the first time?
Pretty emotional. I mean, really emotional. It gave me an incredible ovation. I remember standing in there after the ovation and telling Tech, how am I supposed to hit after this? I was tearing up.
Foul 1-1.
So to this day, I'm so grateful and thankful to all those amazing Boston fans and that ovation and just how they treated me my entire time in Boston and still treat me now. So, pretty special. This was really classy what Pittsburgh did doing that video. His teammates over there.
Frazier hits a big bouncer along first. Gonzalez grabs it, but after it rolls foul. And 1-2. He has some great memories here, but this year, quite a few bad memories. Started the season as the closer, lost his closing spot with an ERA above 5 in May and June. But smoothed it out in a less prominent role before the deal. Over the last 5 seasons, top 5 among relievers in the National League in just about every category. Facing 9-1-2 and a 2-run game in the 8th inning. The 1-2. Frazier takes it outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. From Iowa originally, went on to Nebraska to play his college ball. Really jumped onto the scene though in the Cape Cod League like so many guys do. He hits Frazier. So the Pirates get the tying run to the plate here in the form of Starling Marte.
Well, he went away with him with a fastball the pitch before. Now he's just trying to come back in on the fastball. Just gets away from him.
What makes it a tougher pill to swallow is that it came with 2 strikes. And things suddenly get interesting. Top of the order in Marte. 0 for 3 tonight, but came in red hot. Fly ball down the right field line that'll reach the seats. Marte, after the 80-game PED suspension, took him a while to get going, but he certainly has lately. 6 consecutive multi-hit games for Marte coming into tonight. The 0-1. Ball one. The guys came into the majors around the same time. Watson beat Marte to the bigs by a year. Starling debuted in 2012. Homered on the very first pitch that he saw as a big leaguer. Shoots this one foul, 1-2. Watson coming inside. It's to strike out Marte for the first out.
Good job by Watson with that pitch. Fastball up and in, exactly where Yasmani Grandal's looking for it. Tell you what, asking for it inside. I know it's the opposite. I know it's not a lefty on lefty where that ball just kind of ran in and hit by pitch, but still in the back of your mind going, wait a minute, I had 2 strikes, I lost him. I don't want to hit this guy either. I think that he might want to go away, but no, confident enough to go back in there, get the strikeout.
Yeah, with the right-handed batting Harrison coming up, that'll do it for Watson.
You think of barbecuing, right? They go so well together. But then you add a baseball game and you have the perfect end to summer. Be at Dodger Stadium on September 4th when the Dodgers meet the D-backs. If you're one of the 40,000 fans in attendance, you'll receive a Dodger barbecue glove presented by Security Benefit. For tickets, visit dodgers.com/promotions.
You believe we're like a week away from September, week and a half?
Nope.
Jeez. Pedro Baez with a tying run at the plate. And 1 out in the 8th inning on to face Josh Harrison. Harrison having a good night. Single and a homer against Wood. These are 2 of the 5 hits for the Pirates. 3 of the 5 hits were solo homers. Strike over the inside corner. Harrison, an all-star this season for the 2nd time in his career. 2014, he finished 2nd in the National League batting race, hitting .315. Dealt with injuries the last 2 years before bouncing back in 2017. Rips one down the line, a fair ball. And it gets all the way into the corner. They will send Adam Frazier. He'll score without a throw, and the Dodgers lead is down to 1 on a Harrison double.
Well, Yasmani Grandal is looking for that pitch up. You know they like to pound that high strike zone, especially Pedro Baez. Confident in that fastball up in the zone. Doesn't get it up high enough. Harrison able to barrel that up down the line.
Still only 1 out. Andrew McCutchen coming up. Top hitter in the NL since late May. Dodgers have held him without a hit tonight. Although his last time up, it took a leaping play from Yasiel Puig against the wall. The tying run at 2nd in the 8th inning. McCutchen takes the ball. Uncharged to Tony Watson. Two and out. David Freese due next. Hate to put the go-ahead run on base, but perhaps Baez feels more comfortable with Freese. Falling behind McCutchen 3-0. Pitch walk. So Baez allows the double to Harrison and now walks McCutchen, and they're at 1st and 2nd with 1 out for Freese. Pirates trying to pull the same trick on the Dodgers. Dodgers erasing the 3-0 lead with a 5-run 7th. Well, Pittsburgh trying to return the favor here in the 8th. Harrison at 2nd, the tying run. McCutchen at 1st, the potential go-ahead run. Freese 0 for 3. Comes Baez. Fouled it hard off his foot. Strike 1. Former World Series MVP with the St. Louis Cardinals in 2011. Postseason record that year, knocked in 21 runs, including the famous game-tying hit in the 9th inning, a walk-off home run in the 11th of Game 6. Big spot here in the 8th. Freese is in his late 20s at that point, 34 years old now. Harrison at second and McCutchen at first, and 0-1. Belted down the right field line, foul, and it's 0-2. On deck, Jose Osuna. Pirates with their first threat since early in this game. 0-2. He didn't go around. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Wow. That one looked really close, especially. I know it's up and in, and a lot of times you're just getting out of the way as you're trying to swing. You know, umpires are going, okay, there's a difference in trying to get out of the way, or does it really go around?
I don't know how it didn't.
Yeah.
Baez to Freese with the 1-2 pitch. Fouled again. Pitching 99 this time. Dodgers 3-0 against the Pirates this year. All those games back at Dodger Stadium in May. Best record in baseball by 12 full games over the Houston Astros entering tonight. Trying to make a 5-run 7th inning holdup. Baez home 1-2. Ball 2.
Baez hit his spot there. It was a good job by David Freese to lay off of that. Not easy. 2 strikes with a guy who's just touched 99 on the pitch before. Gets that one up in your eyes, but not just too high, and you still lay off of it.
Now the 2-2. Another foul ball. Out off 4 of the 6 pitches that Baez has thrown. They've all been fastballs from Pedro. Much more of a willingness this year to throw the slider and the changeup. Harrison at second, McCutchen at first. Another 2-2. Just misses, and the count goes full.
David Freese laying off this one as we have a look how close it was. Pitch Tracks has it just off the plate. When you have 2 strikes on you and trying to protect your plate, you still lay off of that. Good eye by Freese.
And on the other hand, that's a pitch you really want for Pedro Baez. See if the runners move here with 1 out and a full count. They're not running. He's walked him, and the bases are loaded.
Tell you, that was a really good at-bat by David Freese. Fouling off some fastballs, some tough pitches, laying off the pitch before that was really close, borderline on the outside corner of the plate.
And there is no help coming. This is up to Pedro Baez to try and get out of it. Kershaw on the bullpen phone. Josh Bart on the other end taking the instructions.
I think he's going, Kersh, is that you?
McCutchen going to buy some time for whatever the message is. So Rick Honeycutt out there with Josh Bell ready to pinch hit. What a season he's having. 21 home runs for the rookie. I mentioned it earlier, but if it wasn't for Cody Bellinger, this is probably your National League Rookie of the Year. Been especially good lately. 394 in his last 10 games, including a home run last night. And in a one-run game, he'll bat with Harrison at third, McCutchen at second, and Freese at first. Justin Turner stayed on the mound an extra second or two. Baez put himself in this mess, now trying to get out of it. A double and 2 walks. His first one to Josh Bell. Ball one. Bell said this hot streak has come after a conversation with a guy that just walked, David Freese, about just looking for that one pitch, that one center cut pitch to drive. And lately that's what he's been doing. Fell out of a change. 1-1.
That's what Pedro Baez really needed to do to David Freese early in the count, to possibly get him off that fastball, because David Freese knew he was only going to attack him with fastball, and he ended up fouling off quite a few of those pitches to work that walk.
First one comes on his 16th pitch here in the 8th. Here's his 1-1. Bell strokes it foul, strike 2. Got strike 1 with a changeup. Got strike 2 with a fastball. Upstairs with another fastball to make it 2-2. Nowhere to put Bell. Full count. This inning started with Tony Watson hitting Adam Frazier. He then struck out Starling Marte. That's when Baez came in. Double, walk, walk. And now 3-2 to Josh Bell. Swung at ball 4, and we'll do it again.
Pedro Baez gets lucky, gets away with one that he swings at, gets another chance to try to put him away.
Another 3-2. Another foul ball. Does he trust the off speed enough to pull the trigger on?
I don't think so. I know he threw a great one in this at bat. But we also seen that was the first one, as you said, in his first 16 pitches.
Curtis Granderson grand slam. Key for the Dodgers in the 7th. Now a key bases loaded situation for the Pirates in the 8th. Another 3-2. A pop fly that will reach the seats. Baez having to throw a 9th pitch to Josh Bell. Here it comes. Ground ball to second. Utley's got it. They get the out at second, but that's all, and the game is tied. Pirates get 2 against the Dodger bullpen here in the 8th at least. At the corners now with 2 out in a tie game.
You give Josh Bell a lot of credit to battle through this at bat to put that ball in play. And there's really nothing the Dodgers could do on that play. That's all Chase Utley had was a chance, was see if they could possibly get the double play. He had to make sure he got at least that one. Josh Bell just too quick. They really had that really wasn't a double play ball.
Another pinch hitter, John Jaso. One of those 8 home runs was a key go-ahead homer against the Dodgers back in May, in a game the Dodgers would eventually come back and win. At the corners with 2 out. Here comes Baez. Ball 1. So both starters will take no decisions in this game. Alex Wood sees a potential 15th win float away with his 2-run 8th. Brandon Morrow getting loose. Baez has thrown 24 pitches already. Here's number 25. Strike 1. Ball 2. Ball 3. First and third, 2 out. Tie game in the 8th. 3-1. Another walk. 3rd of the inning issued by Baez, and the bases again loaded. And Jordy Mercer, who's 1 for 3 today, comes up with a chance to put Pittsburgh in front. That leads lead 3-0 through 6 innings. Dodgers got those 5 runs in the top of the 7th. And the Pirates answering with 2 against the pen here in the 8th.
See this so many times when Pedro Baez is really struggling. It is getting the sign, stepping off. It is getting the sign, calling out your catcher. Just the lack of confidence in what he wants to throw.
Dave Roberts going to come out and make a change. That was a planned second visit there, just to buy a little more time for Brandon Morrow to get another pitch or 2. A tie game in the 8th. Morrow will come into a bases loaded situation and try to keep it right here.
Comes in with the bases loaded, the go-ahead run, standing over there at third base. And look at what he's done so far in 30 games this season with the Dodgers. And look at the bottom. The opponent's batting average is 182. Dodgers has started this inning up by 2 runs, but then Tony Watson hits Frazier, strikes out Marte, and Pedro Baez comes in, gives up a double to Harrison, ends up walking McCutchen and Freeze for the bases loaded, then a fielder's choice by Bell for an RBI, and another base on balls to Jaso. Now Morrow trying to finish out this inning.
With Mercer up there, bases loaded. Fastball high, 1-0. Mentioned it earlier, but you really don't want to fall behind the Pirates late in games, with Felipe Rivero handling the 9th these days. As untouchable as they come. Mercer fouls it off, 1-1. 1 for 3 tonight. A little below 200 in August. With a glove for a shortstop. Back and forth game in this series opener. First of 4 between these teams this week. Over to the plate, 1-1. Fastball in the air to center. Chris Taylor's there, and the inning is over. But the Pirates tie it with a 2-run 8th inning. We go to the 9th, locked at 5.
One hit.
See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. Back on the bank of the Allegheny River in Pittsburgh in a seesaw game. 5-5 to the 9th inning. The pinch hitters stay in defensively. Josh Bell tied the game with a fielder's choice ground out. He's at first. Adam Frazier was hit by a pitch and scored the first run. He stays in right. And a former Dodger, Juan Nicasio, comes in to face 2, 3, and 4 in the Dodger order.
Well, the Dodgers, remember that 7th inning where they scored 5 runs, were able to get that first batter on base, leadoff batter. So far, that was the only inning they've been able to do some damage. So looking for Corey Seager to start this inning off.
Knocked in a run with a single last inning, which feels like it was hours ago. 5-run inning. That was 2 innings ago, but feels like forever ago. Goes after the first pitch and grounds it softly to Mercer. 1 pitch and 1 out for Nicasio.
Feels like it was forever when you look at that last half inning for the Dodgers. It took over 30 minutes.
40 pitches. The Pirates only had 1 hit. They brought 8 men to the plate, scored those 2 runs. It'll be up to the Dodger bats to try and salvage this one. Two more hits for Justin Turner tonight, and a .343 average to lead the National League. Take strike 1. Ball on a strike. Well, for much of the year, Turner was leading all of baseball in hitting, but Jose Altuve has gone off in Houston, hitting .362 now. Hitting around .400 since late May. Turner lifts one in the air to right. Adam Frazier, fresh into the game, is waiting on it. 2 out. Up comes Curtis Granderson, and we look back at his grand slam in the 7th that for a short time had the Dodgers dreaming about another come-from-behind win.
Granderson, that's 2 grand slams in a 5-day period for 2 different teams. I believe he's the first major leaguer to do that.
Yeah. Final hit as a Met, 2nd hit or 3rd hit as a Dodger. Strike 1 from Nicasio. 1-1. Now 8 homers in the last 16 games for Granderson. Here's a 1-1 pitch to him. High strike. 1-2.
Check it out on PitchCast to see if that was up, and it shows that it just got the top of the strike zone.
Lays off here, 2-2. Kenley Jansen getting going in that Dodger bullpen. Well, it's the 36-year-old Curtis Granderson gets ready for a 2-2. Fouls it off his foot. Sure doesn't look 36. That is in incredible shape. Durable throughout his career. Said he learned early on not to overdo it, not to overtrain, especially in season. Also drinks a ton of water. One of his keys to health. Let's work the count full here. Five, ninth inning, 3-2 from Nicasio, and Granderson strikes out on a disappearing pitch. Dodgers down in order. To the bottom of the ninth we go. In the 8th with no further damage, and the 9th belongs to him as well.
Well, there's really not much to say other than you just gotta go out there, you gotta do your job, gotta keep it there, gotta give your offense another chance, and try to do what we've seen these Dodgers do so often: find ways to come back and win the ball game.
He'll face 8, 9, and 1. Elias Diaz. Then Adam Frazier and Starling Marte. Dodgers have won 21 of their last 25 games. The Pirates, meanwhile, have dropped 6 of 8. Although that is 2 separate streaks. They lost 6 and then have won the last 2. So if you break it down a little more narrowly, they're trying to win 3 in a row. Morrow starts the 9th with a cutter for a strike. Now spikes a fastball, 1-1. Was that a slider as well?
It was an off-speed pitch there. He just kind of slipped out of his hand.
Guess the 89 was a dead giveaway when he's throwing the fastball. It ain't 89. One and two. That's the fastball. Elias Diaz leading off the ninth for the Pirates. Fouling back 97, still 1-2. Seeing more time again with Francisco Cervelli on the disabled list. Another 1-2. Ground ball through for a base hit. Diaz starts the ninth with a single.
Looking for that fastball away, and it just kind of creeps over the middle of the plate. Diaz doing a good job, not even putting the barrel up, but able to find a hole. That was one of those C-nice singles.
Has a winning run aboard for Adam Frazier, who was hit by a pitch and came in to score the first of those 2 runs last inning. It was on a 2-strike pitch from Tony Watson. Ball 1. Turner was creeping in on the grass in the middle of that set from Brennan Morrow, protecting perhaps against a bunt. Frazier elects to do that to move the winning run into scoring position. Swings away, grounds it to first, foul.
I'm chuckling because how smooth and how easy did Adrian Gonzalez make that look? As he fields this ball, touches first, and then just flips it over the runner going to second base. Just watch this ball. Watch him catches it, and then as he's going, just casually flips it perfectly.
Quite an athlete. Diaz at first, nobody out. Tie game, bottom 9. And Morrow to Frazier, 1-1. That's in the dirt, ball 2. Frazier hitting above 350 so far in the second half. Waiting on a 2-1. Taking ball 3. Top of the order, Starling Marte coming up after Frazier. Ground ball by the bag, foul. Full count. The Dodgers led after 7 innings. When they do this year, they're 70-3. The Pirates getting those 2 in the bottom of the 8th, and now a promising start for Pittsburgh in the 9th. Here's Morrow's payoff. Got him swinging. Went to the heater for the first out of the inning.
Good job by Brandon Morrow, just attacking him with 98. Just that belief. Listen, if you're going to get on, you better earn it.
There was not a whole lot of earning in the 2-run 8. Only one hit in that inning. Double from Josh Harrison, who's on deck here as Starling Marte comes up 0 for 4. Strike one. 93 with that kind of cutting movement to it. When you match it up with a 98, good luck.
As a hitter, you're looking, okay, 97, 98, that's you're geared up for it. And then he throws one that looks just like that, and it just cuts away from you. 93.
Now 99, buzzing by the tower, ball one. Two and one on Marte. Has his fair share of big hits through the years for Pittsburgh. 6th year in the majors now. All-star last year, really a breakout season for him, hitting above 300. And was supposed to be a big part of what was going to be a promising year for the Pirates this year before the 80-game suspension. Came back from that in mid-July and lately has really started to heat up finally. He's ready for this 2-1. Morrow misses in, ball 3. And Harrison, who waits next, a triple shy of the cycle. Three and two. It was pretty juicy, but 99, like we've talked about a couple times tonight, you can afford to be a little bit more juicy with it.
Well, velocity gives you a little bit more margin for error. Hover around that 90, 91, throw that. Doesn't mean you can't be effective at this level. Just means you have to have better command.
Here comes a 3-2. Crack bat pop up behind first, and it's caught by Gonzalez for the second out. So Morrow an out away from working around the leadoff single. Josh Harrison the batter. What a day it's been for the 30-year-old out of Cincinnati originally. One thing to note here, the winning run at first, and Diaz does not have great speed. Outfield plays very deep, and Harrison swings through a first pitch slider for a strike. So ball in the gap here, not a sure thing with Diaz running. Really hard to pierce one of those gaps with the depth. 0-1. Fastball high, 1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1. McCutchen due next. A pop-up. Grandal has it spotted. And after the leadoff single, Morrow sits him down in order and sends us to extra innings in Pittsburgh. Move on to extras, and the Dodgers will try to win this one in extras. Joe Davis, Nomar Garciaparra, Lana Rizzo, and it's been kind of a back and forth weird game.
It really has. I mean, for the Dodgers, when they look at that 8th inning, the bullpen that's been so solid all year long, really, they're going to have to look at themselves and say, we can't give up 4 free passes. That's 3 base on balls and a hit by pitch. Allow those 2 runs to tie the game with just 1 hit in that inning. That was really just the difference in this game.
All 5 runs for the Dodgers in this game came in the 7th. The key shot being a grand slam from Curtis Granderson. Max Moroff is in a double switch. He's at second. And Joaquin Benoit into the game. 40 years old now in his 16th season in the majors. Second different team he's pitched for this year. Just had to go from one Pennsylvania team to the other. Started the season with the Phillies and now in his 7th game with the Pirates. He's allowed 7 runs over his first 5 1/3. 5, 6, and 7. Here's Grandal. There's ball 1. There's that 5-run inning for the Dodgers, but then as this game goes into extras, you look back at the missed opportunities in the 2nd and in the 6th, and they left them loaded against Garrett Cole. 1-1. Hard to feel too good about your chances against a guy, no matter what kind of year he's having, that has elite stuff like Cole when you miss opportunities like that.
No, definitely, especially allowing him to get out of it, especially the first time with bases loaded and just 1 out, and at least not getting 1. Because after that, he looked really good. It looked like he'd settled in, like that was the one that he was like, all right, got out of it, I'm fine. And then they, like you said, that other opportunity, they eventually got to him. To be able to just put a couple more on the board. But either way, we've seen the Dodgers do that even in the late innings, figure out, take the lead. And time after time, we've seen the bullpen come in and do their job. There's still game left. These are the games that the Dodgers still, they go out there, they believe that they're going to be able to win these games.
Leading off the 10th is Grandal, and he's worked it full against Benoit. He's hit it hard tonight. Doubled his first time. He's also lined out. Puig and Gonzalez to follow. Three-two. Dribbled foul. The ball stays alive against Benoit. Pirates are the 8th different team that Benoit's pitched for. 5 of those 8 teams he's pitched for a year or less. Most of his career spent in Texas. Here he comes with another 3-2. He walks Grandal to open the 10th.
It's just the second time in this game the Dodgers have had the leadoff batter on base. And the first time they ended up scoring that 5 runs in that 7th inning.
Oh, Puig now crushed a double his last time as part of that 5-run 7th. Also walked today. On the first pitch from Benoit, he swings away and pops it up. Josh Bell and Max Moroff. It's Bell. The late call on the catch for the first out. And so up comes another opportunity. A hit number 2,000 for Adrian Gonzalez. (1,999) was a solid single to center in the second. One and 0. Came really close to make it number 2,000 a memorable one. This is with the bases loaded in the 6th inning. Flied out to the wall and straight away center.
Dodger fans can't believe it. They're on there, all standing up, edge of their seat, and Garrett Cole breathes a sigh of relief.
Even the Dodger bench really exclaimed when that ball left the bat. It was still 3-0 at that point. Would have made it 4-3 Dodgers. Here we are tied in the 10th. Benoit's 2-0. Outside ball 3. Chase Utley due next, and he sure is getting a good look at Benoit. He is almost in the picture in our view from out in center field. Look. A 4-pitch walk. And Utley's got a chance to put the Dodgers in front. It's almost like he's already seen Benoit with that angle he was getting from right behind home. Mentioned the Dodgers getting the leadoff man on in that 5-run 7th inning. It was on an Utley single. Grandal at second, Gonzalez at first. Leans over the plate on a strike. 1-1. Austin Barnes in the on deck circle. And a battle of the veterans here. Benoit in his 16th season. Utley in his 15th. 2 on, 1 out, tie game, 10th inning. On this 1-1, Chase Utley takes strike 2. Benoit still touching 95 at age 40. Off of the glove, in front of the bag. Mercer has one play at first. So up to third goes Grandal. Up to second goes Gonzalez. And Austin Barnes will have another chance here to come up with a big hit for the Dodgers. And it seems like he's had so many of them. And more often than not, he's delivered.
Austin Barnes this year, runners in scoring position, 326. And then as a pinch hitter, batting over 300, 318 as a pinch hitter. So he's had some opportunities. He's had some great at bats. See the catcher go out there now. Pitching coach will go out there to discuss. They know those numbers. They know how Austin Barnes has been as a pinch hitter. They're going to say, okay, let's be smart here because how effective he's been. But you also look at who's sitting behind him. You got Chris Taylor, who is having a tremendous year as well. You're going, okay. It's one of those talks where, look, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to give in here because you do have to have a base open. But you also have to be smart.
Long day of work for Austin Barnes. He was here catching Clayton Kershaw's sim game. And now has a chance to be a hero in the 10th inning. About 8 hours later. Overthrown, and what a stop by Diaz.
This is just a tremendous stop. I mean, how he was able to get that body, that glove over there.
Whew. In a great hockey town, he's playing goalie there. No room for error for Elias Diaz as he sets the target for this 1-0. That drops low. Ball 2 on Barnes.
Good take by Austin Barnes. That ball started off in the zone. Looked like a good pitch to possibly drive, go the other way with. Bottom fouls all of it. State lays off of it. And we've seen 2 run-saving plays by the Pirates. One by Jordy Mercer. That 7 with a dove up the middle, and then that play by Diaz.
Can Barnes come through again? 2-1. Been 10 walk-off hits this season. Barnes has one of those. Scoring Ross Stripling all the way from first base. Go ahead run at third. 2 out, 10th inning. 2-1 to Barnes. Shot foul, 2-2.
Talking about the 40-year-old Benoit, 97 on that fastball.
Something. That game-winning hit for Barnes, by the way, came against Pittsburgh. In the 10th inning on May 9th. Grandal at third and Gonzalez at second, both aboard with walks. Deep breath and a 2-2. Fouled again. Always looks so calm in these moments, Austin Barnes. He's talked about how knowing that he's a big leaguer now, not having to look over his shoulder, wondering when that next trip back to the minors is going to come, how big that's been for his confidence. With 3, 4, and 5 coming up for the Pirates in the bottom of the 10th. Dodgers with a golden opportunity here in the top. Another 2-2 from Joaquin Benoit. Outside, it's full.
I know Pirate fans really wanted this. Benoit really wanted this, but it was definitely outside.
First base is open, but Chris Taylor is on deck. See if he gives Barnes anything to hit here. (3-2) in the dirt. Ball 4. Bases loaded for Chris Taylor.
We talked about with that base open, he didn't have to give in to Austin Barnes. Austin Barnes fouled off some really tough pitches, had a tremendous at bat as well to work that walk, but even in that 3-2 count. And not only that, another nice stop by Diaz behind home plate.
And it brings up Chris Taylor, who's been as good with the bases loaded as anybody. 3 grand slams this year, including one against Pittsburgh on May 8th. Take a grand slam here, though. Bases loaded, 2 out, tied in the 10th. Ball 1, and boy, Diaz is getting his money's worth back there, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Nice stop. I know we just flashed, we were just talking about Chris Taylor. We flashed his numbers up, and I was like, you got to look at these numbers again with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
It didn't look real, because I'm sure fans are like, wait a minute, is there a miss? No, those are the numbers so far.
500 in his career
right,
with the bases loaded. In fact, his first career home run was a grand slam. Here comes a 1-0. Taylor drives one to left center, but it's playable for Marte. And the Dodgers, for the 3rd time tonight, have left the bases loaded. We go to the bottom of the 10th. 11th inning with 3, 4, and 5 coming up.
Well, in order to win this game, you're going to ask Kenley Jansen to go at least 2 innings in order to get this victory. And he's thinking, okay, when he looks back at the bullpen, he's also looking at the fact of who do I have coming up if I can hold them right here in the 11th inning. If they're able to get to that 11th inning, he's looking at, okay, I got the heart of my lineup. I would have Seager, Turner, Curtis Granderson as my 3 hitters in the next inning. So thinking maybe this is the time I could really use Kenley to really just stop them right here so I can get those guys another at bat.
Yeah, a few different reasons. This part of the order for the Pirates and that part of the order you're talking about with the Dodgers that you're only going to see if whoever you decide to bring in can get McCutchen, Freese, and Bell. McCutchen tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. Pirates only have 3 hits since the 3rd inning. Got it done with walks and tying the game in the 8th. That's ball 1 on McCutchen.
I'll tell you, Brendan Morrow did a good job coming out of the bullpen. I mean, he had to come in with the go-ahead run at third base. Really stop that 8th inning. Bases loaded, gets out, and then has a good 9th.
One and one on McCutchen. Out of a tiny town in Florida, Fort Meade, Florida, just east of Tampa. 1 stoplight there, that kind of town. Here's the 1-1 to him. Low for ball 2. McCutchen didn't even play travel ball until he was 13. He was just playing locally in Fort Meade, and then a coach offered to help pay expenses for him. He really took off from there. Played on the varsity team when he was in 8th grade. Hesitation from Jansen and a high drive to right. Yasiel Puig, no big deal. McCutchen the first out. Heard a note on the ESPN broadcast last night that McCutchen, when he was in 8th grade, won the county batting title on the varsity team.
So he can hit back then, is what you're saying?
Nothing's changed.
Okay.
1 gone for Freese. Who takes strike 1? We talked about Freese earlier tonight being the World Series MVP for the Cardinals in 2011. He actually revealed this year, very recently, that he had been really battling some demons then, some depression, some alcohol-related issues, and has come a long way to get through those battles. Takes high, 2-1. He's a St. Louis guy, so on the surface you'd think, man, being a hometown hero, how special is that? But it was overwhelming for him. When he had already dealt with depression throughout his life, just the pressure of that situation became too much and was part of the reason that the Cardinals traded him to the Angels to help get him on a fresh path. He's ahead of Jansen, 3-1. A couple other things happened too to help turn his life around. He met a counselor that he really clicked with. They became close friends. And a week before he was traded to the Angels in St. Louis, he met his now wife. Pops it up. Yeah, it'll get to the seats. Full count. They got married this offseason. Big ceremony was in St. Louis, but they were officially married here in Pittsburgh, just at a coffee shop. Signed the paperwork there. Celebrated with some crepes. Sounds good to me.
Don't let your wife hear that.
They had a real celebration back home. That part sounds good too, honey.
Wonder if they had crepes at the celebration back home too.
Right, kind of tie it all together.
Yeah.
Let's go with it. Safe bet. Tex again. He's had some impressive at-bats tonight. Really made Alex Wood work earlier, and he's making Kenley Jansen work here, having fouled off 3.
And it's a big deal, especially for the Dodgers, if you're thinking about Kenley Jansen going possibly 2 innings here. And it's also the first game of a 4-game series here as well.
Right, so implications beyond tonight,
yep,
potentially. Jansen lines up winning the battle. 2 out in the 10th.
That's one thing Kenley Jansen has done this year. You know he has the cutter. You know how effective that pitch is. But he has mixed in the other pitches as well, just to keep the hitters thinking, and not only just thinking, it's been effective too. Throws that slider.
With 2 outs, bases empty, tie game in the 10th. Josh Bell, who tied the game with a fielder's choice ground out in the 8th. 24-year-old in his first full year. Played in 45 games last year, but retained his rookie status. He's had a huge rookie year. Jansen throws him a 1-0, and Bell fouls it off of the mask of the home plate umpire, Scott Berry.
And the way that mask popped off, it looked like it almost got underneath the mask.
Yeah.
No, it just hit the mask square and made it pop up. And is Monty Grandal checking on him and said he was okay.
Battle Creek, Michigan native Scott Berry.
You got Justin Turner going over there checking on Kenley. But it's more so just to give home plate umpires some time as well.
Ball and a strike on Josh Bell. Jansen ready. Here he comes. Strike 2. 15 pitches, so he's been able to control that. For the battle from Freeze. If Dave Roberts can write the script, the inning will end here. Dodgers will take the lead in the 11th, and Jansen will have enough in the tank for the bottom half. Base hit to left over a leaping Turner.
That was a nice hit by Josh Bell. This ball was down in the zone, and you see Desmani, he wanted that cutter. He kind of wanted a backdoor cutter right there. Didn't really backdoor, got over a little bit more than the plate that he wanted to, but it still wasn't really a bad pitch. It was still down. Josh Bell does a good job taking the barrel down to that ball and going the other way for a line drive hit.
So here's Max Moroff, who had an extra special trip to Williamsport yesterday because he played in the Little League World Series 12 years ago. Fouls off Jansen's first pitch. Called up for his season debut against the Dodgers in May. He's been back and forth between AAA and here in the bigs. And 2. And again, if Jansen can get this game to the 11th inning, top of the order for the Dodgers with Seager, Turner, Granderson. All those guys have had good nights. Seager's extended his hitting streak. 2 hits for both Turner and Granderson, including the grand slam. This is part of Kenley Jansen's game that was almost non-existent earlier in his career. He's worked hard to get more comfortable throwing over. So doesn't have a great move, but just the threat of throwing. Jansen works a scoreless 10. Takes him 20 pitches to do it. Dodgers are trying to get him a lead to save. How did we get here? Curtis Granderson, a go-ahead grand slam off Garrett Cole as part of a 5-run 7th inning for the Dodgers. It took them from down 3-0 to up 5-3. But the bullpen couldn't hang on to it. Josh Harrison ripped a double in the left field corner against Pedro Baez. That brought home Adam Frazier from first, who had been put on by Tony Watson on a hit by pitch. Josh Bell, after a long battle, grounds into a fielder's choice. That brings home the tying run. So 5-5 to score as we move along to the 11th inning. And the Dodgers have the right guys coming up. Granderson due third after Seager and Turner. Joaquin Benoit stays in. Been very hittable this year. Ball 1 on Seager. Corey's extended his hitting streak to a season high, matching a season high of 10. With an RBI single during that 5-run 7th. 1-1. Dribbler in front of the plate. Benoit's got it, and Seager the first down to the 11th. No, we didn't show on that recap package was 3 times tonight the Dodgers leaving the bases loaded.
And I think right now that's really been the key for the Dodgers right now, being in this extra inning game. And I think there's 2 things. One is that fact, missed opportunities. Even the bases loaded 3 times and not scoring a run. And I think the other time is the 8th when they were able to give up those 2 runs to the Pirates with only just 1 hit, allowing 4 free passes, 3 walks and 1 hit by pitch.
So they've stranded 11 tonight. As Turner comes up in a 5-5 game in the 11th. Grounds the first pitch that he sees to Jody Mercer. 2 up, 2 down. With 2 outs, Granderson. Eight homers over his last 16 games. Ball 1. You can hear a pin drop in this place right now.
Everybody wants to see if he can hit another home run.
See what club he goes with. Second shot in the 11th. Granderson. It's enough golf for the night. And a hitter's count. Here comes Benoit with a 2-0. And that sinks low for ball 3.
Speaking of golf, can we send out a shout out and congratulations to the women in this winning the USA, winning the Solheim Cup. It was a great job by the women bringing the cup home again.
4-pitch walk to Curtis Granderson. Yeah, we sure can.
Just did.
Setting kept alive for Yasmani Grandal. There's a double and a walk tonight. That walk came against Benoit to open last inning. Healthy rip, strike 1. Now looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th, bottom third of the order for the Pirates. Strike 2. I think it'd probably be a safe bet that if the Dodgers don't get a run here, Luis Avilan would handle the bottom of the 11th. Jansen threw those 20 pitches. Got it here to the top half, but the ageless Joaquin Benoit trying to go through the heart of the Dodger order, getting groundouts from Seager and Turner. After the walk to Granderson, ahead of Grandal 0-2. That's ball 1. Granderson headed for second. Diaz throws off the mark, and the go-ahead run in scoring position.
Great read by Curtis Granderson. Great anticipation. Not taking anything for granted. Getting that secondary. Sees that ball in the dirt. Slightly kick away.
So can Grandal come through with a newfound opportunity with 2 gone in the 11th? In the dirt, 2-2. I know that Granderson was able to advance on the last one, but Diaz has been awesome.
Yeah. I say Benoit has really made him work back there.
Go ahead run at second. 2 outs in the 11th and a 2-2 pitch. Strikes him out on a high fastball. Onto the bottom of the 11th. Still locked at 5. The 12th inning with the bottom part of the Pirates order coming up, and Kenley Jansen, who may have been used had the Dodgers gotten a lead, will sit down.
Yeah, definitely. We probably would have seen Kenley Jansen go out there had they got the lead, and it's smart because we talked about it. We said them not getting it, you don't know how much longer this game's going to go. And you're also looking at the rest of this series too. So Luis Avilan get an opportunity to extend this game.
So Jordy Mercer to lead off this bottom of the 11th for Pittsburgh against Avilan. '30-year-old out of tiny Tologa, Oklahoma. Town of 300 people. He graduated with 7. I'm picturing like an old brick schoolhouse. 7 in his graduating class.
Short ceremony.
Yeah, it'd be real quick. He'd be onto the party. Onto the crepes really fast. Got a convenience store. They have a bank. They have a couple churches, grain elevator, and a school of some sort. Yanked to left. Curtis Granderson has a beat on it, and he's retired as quickly as his graduation ceremony probably ended. So here's Diaz, who's been so valuable defensively, catching Joaquin Benoit the last couple of innings. One career home run for the rookie. 1 for 1 tonight. Led off the 9th inning with a single. Was stranded at first. First pitch curve, dips in for a strike. One and one. Just past 11 o'clock here in the Eastern Time Zone. Pop up. That will get to the seats. Very sadly, the eclipse day is almost over.
The eclipse part's
yeah, it's been done for a while.
So wasn't it over already?
But the day of the eclipse, eclipse day.
Okay.
Maybe it's happening again. Who knows?
That's why it's dark.
Right. A 1-2. Just missed with a fastball, and the count evens on Diaz. You said the last eclipse of this kind happened 98, 99 years ago, but they happen all the time. It's just the last one to span coast to coast in the U.S. So you could be an eclipse chaser and see him much more frequently. Full count.
To follow this one across the U.S., you had to drive pretty fast.
Yeah. Here comes a 3-2 to Diaz. Ground ball to short. Easy play, Corey Seager. 2 out. Did you see some of the pictures guys posted that were taken in the eclipse? Some of the footage from backstage Dodgers. I mean, everybody was into it. They're all giving leader of backstage Dodgers, Dave Strump, a hard time for buying these glasses, and then they all wanted to use them.
Give them a hard time and then thank them.
Right.
That dark, he's like, I can't see you.
They are. I tried them on. They're black until you look up at the eclipse. Two outs in the 11th. Avilan trying to get it to the 12th. Adam Frazier trying to end it here, taking ball 1. It's pretty cool in the minutes leading up to the, I think, 2:44 is when the full eclipse happened here. But looking out of the hotel room at all the rooftops around downtown, all the parties going on, people getting together to watch it. 1-1. Once in a lifetime event if you're not traveling to see it. Avilan's 1-1 pitch. Frazier swings and misses. 1-2. Puig, Gonzalez, Utley, and the 12th for the Dodgers. And again, still Cody Bellinger available off of the bench. Speaking of looking out the window of the hotel into the town, this is a great town.
got a beautiful skyline. It really is. We talk about the ballpark and the skyline from the ballpark, but yeah, the hotel even has binoculars and rooms just so you can overlook the city, the views.
Frazier hits one down the left field line for a base hit to keep this 11th inning alive. As long as the people on the outside of the hotel don't have binoculars to look in. That's,
it's one of those windows that just have the mirror on the other side, and then just you see through the other.
Sure?
No. Oh. If it makes you feel better.
A little bit. Top of the order now, Starling Marte. Had 6 consecutive 2-hit games coming into this one where he's 0 for 5. So you cringe a little bit with him coming up, knowing how hot he's been and how due that makes him seem now. Rick Honeycutt out to have a word with Avila. Marte from just outside of Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Tried out for Pittsburgh scouts when he was a teenager as a shortstop. They were completely unimpressed. Told him thanks, but no thanks. And he showed up again at an open tryout soon after that. And the scout that had told him no said, okay, if you're going to have this persistence and show up again, we'll give you a shot. But go show us what you look like running the outfield. And almost right away, the scouts' jaws were dropping, watching him throw and watching him run around out there. And they would offer him a deal. Wound up being the first product of Pittsburgh's new Dominican facility to reach the majors. And they grew up idolizing Vladimir Guerrero. So many hitters in the Dominican Republic did. Marte pokes one to right. Puig slides over on it. That does it for the 11. Let's go to the 12th in a 5-5 game in Pittsburgh. Professional baseball player. Dovydas Neverauskas on for his 9th game in the majors. You just going to leave this one to me?
No, I'm just looking at, you know, he comes at you. He fastball that averages 96 miles an hour. He's got a changeup around 91, but a curve averages about 84. So he's got a good differential from his fastball to his curveball. He does have a slider as well.
I knew you'd have a scouting report on him. I just didn't know if you'd want to dare
What's that?
Say his name.
Oh. Davidas Neverauskas?
That's good. You're the man, Nomar.
I just listened to you, my friend.
All right, so for the Dodgers in this inning, Davidas Neverauskas is going to face Yasiel Puig, Adrian Gonzalez, and Chase Utley. Puig takes ball one. Neverauskas started playing baseball when he was 6 years old in Lithuania. His father coaches baseball, various club teams there, Little League teams. A big promoter of the sport. Puig hammers this ball. Deep center field. Yasiel Puig puts the Dodgers in front. A solo shot to start the 12th. He didn't even wait to deliver the kiss this time.
Joe, do you think he got this? Watch this.
And wait for it. There's the kiss.
That was for Turner Ward, but I think he might give him another one. I think he might go over there and do this sneak up on him. But do you think he knew he got all that? I mean, to center field.
He had a pretty good idea that he just hit a career high 22nd home run. Adrian Gonzalez fouled off the first one that he saw. Now it's one the other way foul, 0-2. So the Dodgers again in position to win this one. Gonzalez looking for his 2000th hit. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Because Adrian got 1,999 in the second. This is the 5th time we've said that tonight. 1 for 4, a single and a walk. Stays alive barely. Has he gotten Turner yet? Tim Hires is stepping in, the assistant hitting coach. He's got bodyguards now.
He's pulling him. He's like, come on. Come on.
Here it is. It's a foul ball. Still 1-2. Now they're saying
it was a fair ball.
Yeah. I guess the foul ball I heard came from one of the 74 fans left. Not from home plate umpire Scott Berry, who calls Gonzalez out after the tag from Diaz.
That's a fair ball.
And in front of the bag, you can't argue fair or foul. You can't review it on replay. So Gonzalez is out number 2.
You can't argue.
Or out number 1. Sorry, no more.
Well, you can't check fair or foul, but what you could talk to him about is that you need help to maybe see, did they see something, maybe it hit, you know, if you have to ask your fellow umpires to see if it might have hit off something with their foot or off the catcher.
Instead, Adrian's the first out of the inning, and Chase Utley comes up. Neverauskas in with a strike. it looks like it'll be Ross Stripling to try and close it out in the bottom of the 12th. One and one.
Nebraska's 98, 99 in those last 2 pitches.
Let's see where the Pirates liked him.
Yeah.
Well, he pops it up. Long way to go from Marte, who's there for the second out. And the Pirates actually had gone out of their way to try and uncover some talent in places that are completely untapped. And that's how they found Neverauskas. Look who's coming up. Kenta Maeda. Dodgers don't have a hit from a pitcher since Maeda had one back in early July. Only batter that Dave Roberts has left is Cody Bellinger. So it's Maeda to hack away and hit it foul.
Well, Maeda getting a piece of 99 miles an hour is like, yeah, don't worry about me, guys. I'm okay.
First game of his career, of course, hit a home run. One and one. It's a pretty swagged out take for a pitcher. Spinning out of the box there. One and two. 97 with movement.
I saw right before that we were looking at Maeda. Didn't it look like he was kind of smiling? I'm like, gosh, I always felt if I was smiling while I was up there, I was going to get one in the ribs. I guess if you're a pitcher facing another pitcher, it's okay.
Puts it in play. Won't be an easy one. Diaz gets it there just in time. 22 home runs this season for Yasiel Puig and dozens of kisses for Turner Ward. The latest home run puts the Dodgers in front. A no-doubt shot to center field. Dodgers 6, Pirates 5 to the bottom of the 12th. Top of the 12th inning, and now Ross Stripling will try and hold it down for the Dodgers.
And his last outing came on Saturday versus the Tigers when he went 2 innings and he struck out 4. The bullpen did a tremendous job in that game. Ross Stripling throwing those 2 innings.
Stripling has one save this season, one in his career, and faces a pitcher in Chad Kuhl to start the inning, with Clint Hurdle out of hitters on that Pittsburgh bench. On the first pitch, a ground ball back to him. 1 out. Now it gets tough. McCutchen up now. Sharp pitch, strike one. So while Stripling does have a save, he doesn't have one in a traditional sense. His one save came when he pitched the final 3 innings in a 5-0 game against the Cubs in May. This is the real deal here. Slimmest of margins in the 12th. He's home with an 0-1 to McCutchen. In the dirt for ball one. Three for 4 with a homer against Stripling lifetime. Two and one.
We were talking about Ross Stripling's last outing. I was talking about him going 2 innings, striking out 4 against Detroit. Remember that game? That's when it was 0-0. Dodgers didn't score to the 7th inning, and he came in the 6th, so he had to keep it close there to give the Dodgers an opportunity to come back and win that game.
Ground ball foul, 2-2. That was as sharp as he's looked all year too.
Yeah, he looked great, and then Brandon Morrow came in and pitched right after him. That was a game with Ryu goes 5, and I just thought the bullpen was really the star of that game coming through. Stripling, Morrow, and then Kinley.
Two to Andrew McCutchen. Count goes full. This is now by a pretty wide margin the longest game of the year for the Dodgers by time. Previous long was 4:19. This one almost 4.5. A payoff. Line to center field and down for a base hit. Taylor was playing very deep, not wanting McCutchen to be able to put a ball in the gap to get into scoring position. 1 out single, tying run aboard, and winning run to the plate. And David Freese.
He's 0 for 4 today with a walk back in the 8th, but we talked about some of his at-bats. He's made some of the Dodger pitchers work over the course of those 4 at-bats.
Ross Stripling trying to close it out in the 12th after Puig's home run in the top half. Ball 1. Only other pitchers left: Tony Cingrani, Edward Paredes. This point of the night, they should let anybody in here get as close as they want. All those open seats behind home plate.
Yeah.
Why not?
I agree.
I guess there's probably special club access in those closest ones. That could get a little out of hand. Here's a 1-0. Freese shoots one down the right field line, foul. It's 1-1. Dodgers trying to make it 22 out of their last 26 and a 53-10 run. Diamondbacks won in extras tonight. Rockies off. Here's a 1-1 to Freeze. Got in on him for strike 2. So if the Dodgers can hang on here, the lead in the division would go to 20.5.
Once again, when you said that, you're like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah, I had to have read it wrong, right? Nope. A lot of notes about this team like that, where you do double takes when you read them. Tying run at first, and he was starting to lean, so Stripling checks on him. McCutchen not nearly as aggressive of a base stealer as he was at one point in his career, but still can run. Kind of guy that almost certainly would score on a ball in the gap. One, two. Game 2 of the series tomorrow. Brock Stewart is likely to be activated from Oklahoma City to start for the Dodgers. Jamison Tyone for the Pirates. Two and two on Freeze. There's tomorrow's starter, Tyone, who has been throwing some, actually. Well, that certainly could shake things up. You usually see a guy getting a side session in less than 24 hours before he's supposed to start. Softly grounded to third. Turner has one play to first, and the Pirates down to their final out. So it's left to Josh Bell for the Pirates to try and keep this game going. He's been impressive since coming in the 8th inning. Really battled against Pedro Baez. Eventually bounced one to second that brought home the tying run. And ripped the single against Jansen in the 10th. A 5-run 7th for the Dodgers, where the key shot was a grand slam for Granderson. They put Bell on here, actually. And bring up Max Moroff. So the 5-run 7th where the grand slam was key. And then here in the 12th, the home run from Puig to lead off the inning. Here comes Rick Honeycutt with a scouting report. Puig coming in to talk to Adrian Gonzalez about something. What's the discussion? Position?
Yeah, more like position. Where do I play? Also talking about probably, that's the tying run. It's not the going ahead run. Where he should be.
First one, way high, ball one.
If the ball hits him, you know he's probably going to go for it and let it fly.
Well, you saw him warming up the arm
Right,
there and his
exactly.
run back. Knowing Yasiel, he's hoping the ball is hit to him as a base hit, not a fly ball, to give him a chance with McCutchen at second, representing the tying run. Bell at first, representing the winning run. Ross Stripling, 1 out away. Here's his 1-0 pitch. Moroff muscles one in the air to right. Puig is there, and this game is over. Puig's home run in the 12th proves to be the winner for the Dodgers. In this long roller coaster game, the Dodgers get yet another win, 88-35.
Well, they persevered. We always talk about this team. When they think when this game is close, they believe they should be pulling it off and that they're going to win. Yasiel Puig. You always say it's not if, it's when and who. Yasiel Puig comes up big for the Dodgers once again. And also the bullpen coming up down the stretch.
Lexus play of the game. Dodgers take the opener. Game 2 is tomorrow, 4 o'clock Los Angeles time. For Nomar, Alana, and the rest of our crew, Joe Davis saying so long from Pittsburgh. Access Sportsnet brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers begins now.